Hold it. Less important, the better.
How are y'all?
Good. So I realized,
Almost.
and I was like,
Almost.
Yes. I'm just
shoot.
kidding. Care more than them anyway.
Look who it is.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize.
Starting to hum a little bit.
Got the tall boy today, and I'm just like, ooh, I can feel it. And normally,
Good morning, everyone. Casey, you're fine if you need to talk. I am going to see, is 9:01, I'm going to see how we're doing on logistics. All right, I'm getting the go-ahead that we are good on the live stream. So, this is the call to order. Public notice of this meeting was properly posted at the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy's office, Synergy Business Park, King Street Building, and on the board website, and provided to all requesting persons, organizations, and news media in compliance with Section 3480 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. To start off, we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing for the invocation.
Pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for another day of life. We thank you for the opportunity to meet. We pray for our service to the people of South Carolina. Integrity, and we pray all of these things according to your will.
All right. So first, we'll start with the introduction of board members. I am Mary Douglas Smith, current chair of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. I represent Congressional District 2. I'm from Chapin, South Carolina, and work for a health system. So if we could start with Dr. Gillespie and just move around.
Rebecca Gillespie. I'm the member at large appointed by the governor, and I live here in Columbia. My practice has been in retail independent.
Good morning. My name is Jared Tippins. I represent Congressional District 7. I'm from Florence, South Carolina, involved in independent pharmacy, infusion pharmacy, and compounding pharmacy.
Schuler Spigner, represent District 3 from Gray Court and work for Community Grocer.
my name is Josias Garcia, and I'm an appointed pharmacy technician, and I work in an independent compounding retail pharmacy.
I'm Cassie Eunice, and I'm from Swansea, South Carolina, and I represent Congressional District 6, and I work in independent pharmacy and compounding.
Morning, Beverly Black. I'm appointed by the governor as a public member and have a background in health system pharmacy.
Morning, Larry Meek. I live in Rock Hill, South Carolina. I represent District Number 5, and I work in a community retail pharmacy.
Wonderful. So thank y'all for that. We do have consideration of excuses for absences of board members. We do have one board member absence today.
Motion to excuse.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries. All right, next up, we have approval of board meeting minutes. Normally, this is just one meeting, but you can see we have been very busy. We have meetings March 17th through 18th, April 22nd, April 23rd, April 27th, April 28th, May 4th, and May 19th. Did the board have any edits to any of these meetings?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the minutes for all the meetings.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. All right. Next up, we have chairman remarks. I will give a little housekeeping before I give my remarks. As you know, the board members did a wonderful job today speaking directly into the microphone. That will be true for anybody that comes to the microphones today. They are not wired into the desk. You have to put them very, very close to your mouth. No button or anything. So thank y'all for doing that. Please continue doing that for the rest of the meeting so it can be picked up by our live stream. Also, any business that we do not get to today, we will continue tomorrow. So this is a 2-day meeting. Part of my job as chair is to keep us moving, but I won't try to squash any discussion. So anything that runs over will go to tomorrow. Excuse me. All right, so now to item 6. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to call this meeting of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy to order, and thank you to all of our board members, staff, inspectors, legal counsel, licensee, and guests being here today. Before we begin, I want to remind all board members of our responsibility regarding conflicts of interest, as I do every meeting. As part of our service on this board, we have received training on identifying and managing actual, potential, and perceived conflicts. If at any point during today's proceedings you believe you may have a conflict with a matter before the board, I encourage you to work with our legal counsel to determine the appropriate course of action. Maintaining public trust in our decisions requires transparency, and it is ultimately each board member's responsibility to identify and appropriately address any conflicts that may arise. Recently, several members of this board attended the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy annual meeting in Boston. During that meeting, one of our board members made an observation that has stayed with me. By the end of the first day, they noted that this seemed to be a close-knit group. It became difficult to tell who was a regulator, who was an inspector, who worked in industry, who practiced pharmacy, and who was an attorney. The conversations were collegial, respectful, and focused on solving problems rather than defending positions. I found that observation to be exactly right. The pharmacy profession functions best when stakeholders recognize that while we may approach issues from different perspectives, we are all ultimately working toward the same goal: protecting patients and ensuring the safe delivery of pharmacy care. That mindset has guided this board over the past year, and I intend for it to continue guiding our work today. One of the most significant items on our agenda before us is the continued discussion of compounding regulation. It is my intent that the board begin drafting language related to sterile compounding during this meeting. Historically, compounding regulation has been an area that generates strong opinions and spirited discussion. Given the complexity of this subject, that's neither surprising nor necessarily a bad thing. Thoughtful disagreement often leads to better outcomes. However, I hope we can build on the consensus-building approach that has characterized much of our work to date. Over the last year, we have engaged stakeholders, listened to concerns, evaluated multiple perspectives, and sought common ground whenever possible. I believe we can continue that same collaborative approach as we address sterile compounding. As regulators, we have the responsibility to ensure that South Carolina patients receive medications that are prepared safely and according to sound professional practice. At the same time, we must still recognize the realities of pharmacy practice and strive for regulations that are practical, understandable, and enforceable. The discussion before us is not about choosing sides. It's about fulfilling our responsibility to the citizens of South Carolina while supporting the pharmacists and pharmacies who provide care every day. We also cannot ignore what is occurring nationally. Across the country, regulators continue to evaluate lessons learned from sterile compounding failures, FDA inspection findings, and legislative responses to patient harm events. These situations remind us that patient safety risks are not confined by state borders. Products compounded elsewhere may enter South Carolina, and developments in other jurisdictions often provide important insight into emerging risk and best practice. For that reason, I believe it is appropriate for this board to remain informed, proactive, and willing to have the difficult conversations when patient safety is at stake. As we move forward, I also want us to be begin thinking beyond regulation alone. I would like this board to have a broader discussion regarding the communication and education strategies surrounding standard of care and compounding practice. Writing regulation is only one step. Ensuring that pharmacists, technicians, permit holders, and other stakeholders understand these expectations is just as important. I do not believe that posting a document on a website or sending an email blast will be sufficient. If we want meaningful adoption and understanding, we must identify partners across the state who can serve as champions for this effort. That includes our professional organizations, colleges of pharmacy, health systems, independent pharmacy leaders, technicians, educators, and practitioners who work in the field every day. The information we provide must be useful, practical, and accessible. If we are successful, education and engagement will accomplish far more than enforcement ever can. While speaking directly to our licensees, I would also like to highlight a recent development that may create new opportunities for patient care. The board recently approved updates to the protocol governing pharmacist-administered and pharmacist-dispensed hormonal contraception. My hope is that these revisions remove the barriers, improve uptake of this service, and ultimately expand access to care for South Carolinians while creating additional opportunities for pharmacists to practice at the top of their license. I would also like to address a trend that we continue to see through disciplinary matters and consent agreements. A recurring issue involves pharmacists and pharmacy technicians who have not fulfilled their continuing education requirements, whether through insufficient total hours or a failure to complete required hours through specific categories. Continuing education and lifelong learning is one of the foundational responsibilities of our profession. Accordingly, I would like to challenge our professional organizations, employers, educators, and pharmacy leaders throughout our state to identify this educational need and explore ways to better support pharmacists and technicians into understanding and meeting these requirements before the deficiencies occur. Compliance should be the expectation, not the exception. Finally, as my term as chair begins to draw towards its conclusion, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the past year. Serving as chair of South Carolina Board of Pharmacy has been one of the greatest professional honors of my career. When I was elected vice chair last year, I had a number of goals and initiatives in mind, including administrative improvements, workflow refinements, and process enhancements. Instead, the year took a different course. Circumstances required the board to devote substantial attention to complex regulatory matters, particularly compounding, at a time when clear answers were not readily available and consensus had not yet been reached. As a result, some of my original goals remain opportunities for future work. Nevertheless, I believe the board rose to the occasion and remained focused on the responsibilities entrusted to us. We have worked through challenging issues. We have navigated complex regulatory questions. We have strengthened our relationships with our stakeholders. Most importantly, we have continued to fulfill our mission of protecting the public while serving the profession of pharmacy. None of that happens because of one chair or one board member. It happens because of teamwork. I want to thank my fellow board members for your preparation, professionalism, and willingness to engage in these discussions. I want to thank our staff, inspectors, attorneys, and administrative team for the tremendous amount of work that occurs behind the scenes to make this board function effectively. I want to thank our licensees across the state for the care that they provide to our South Carolina patients every day. I am proud of what we have accomplished together, and I remain optimistic about where we are headed. We will not always agree on the specific path forward, but I hope we can continue to agree on the destination: patient care, strong profession, and a regulatory system worthy of the trust placed in us. Thank you. All right. Our next item on the agenda is number 7, Administrator's Report by Dr. Casey Shealy.
Let me just Madam Chair, sorry, I just received some communication that the public wasn't able to see the video stream, and so it is up and working according to what we see, so pages might just need to be refreshed if there are continued issues.
Okay, thank you for that. And just let me know if we need to pause for technology fixes.
So with my report, I have several items listed under my report. So if I might, I'm going to give kind of my general spiel and then just start addressing the items under that, if that is.
That would be perfect. Thank you.
So you do have an executive report for the month of June that includes the number of licenses and permits that we currently have and some additional updates. So I'll just kind of touch on some highlights for you guys there. So we have finished the pharmacist renewal. So the number of inactive pharmacists is actually a little bit higher than it was last year. So those pharmacists who have decided to go into inactive status for that. So you'll see a slight change there. We are currently in renewal for pharmacy technicians as well as all of our facilities. So that renewal period ends June 30th when those permits or registrations expire. So that number may change. Those current numbers include those that have already renewed as well as those that are still eligible to renew, if that makes sense. Whereas the pharmacist ones are only those that are active, not those that did not renew at all. For pharmacy interns, slightly higher. So we have gotten a new crop of students who will be starting in the fall, as others have kind of morphed or changed over to pharmacist licensure. Permits, as far as in-state, those are higher than what they have been in the past as well. Over 3,500 different permitted facilities here in the state. Thank goodness we now have 5 inspectors to cover those facilities. Also, the number, just listing for you the number of rostered sites with all of our health systems. So that number continues to grow as well. Active non-resident sites, that's also slightly higher, and we still have a number of applications that are being reviewed. I don't have the total number of apps across being reviewed, but do know that those will also be higher once we get through those. As far as number of inspections completed, over 400 inspections completed since our last board meeting in March. So the inspectors have been working hard. Application update, so contract manufacturer applications for non-resident contract manufacturers are on the website. We will be sending out communication to those entities who have marked on their current renewal that they are a contract manufacturer. So if you remember last year at this time, the board approved registering or permitting contract manufacturers separately from manufacturers. So for those who may not have been on the board at that time, and just for a refresher, contract manufacturers manufacture product on behalf of someone else. So they don't own the product, but they have the facilities and the capacity to make the actual product, the drug product, or the device. And so they do that on behalf of someone. So we will begin permitting those separately. So an entity who owns their own product will have a manufacturer permit, and if they do work on behalf of someone else, will also have to have a contract manufacturer permit, if that makes sense. So that is currently up on the website. We'll be sending out, again, communication that is now ready and available for us to begin accepting all of that information in. We will be moving to a new online application portal, for lack of better descriptor, for our people applications at the end of this month. So we are kind of in the final phase of that switch over, in the midst of testing. Just for your awareness, we currently have 3 pharmacist applications, one for application by exam, one for application by score transfer, and one for application by reciprocity. All of those will be moving over. For pharmacy technicians, we currently have one true application. It will be split into 2 applications in this new online portal, a pharmacy technician registration, and then a state certified pharmacy technician registration application. The way we currently handle pharmacy technicians who are seeking state certification is once they are registered pharmacy technician, they just submit all of the extra requirements, and then their credential gets changed over. In this new system, to help facilitate capturing all of the documents in one place that is in that individual's credential, so in their folder, their whatever, we have made a separate application with no fee, because there's no current fee just to upgrade, if you will, to that state certification. But it is a separate application because there are separate requirements. And so we hope that with some education that it'll be not as confusing and that it'll help our staff kind of capture everything in one place rather than having it sent via email. So that is a change there. And then our facility, or one pharmacy intern application. So that also will be moving on. Those are starting in this new portal first because they are currently in some online format now, and so we have to move those over. I was under the impression that we would be moving all of our facility applications, which currently is at least 25 different type of applications, over by the end of this month as well. Thankfully, we have gotten some more time for that, so expect those in the fall. And we will periodically have some requests as we are updating all of those applications to move it to that new system. So just putting that on your awareness, which is also one of the things for the people applications as part of my report shortly. As far as staff goes, I would like to introduce the board to one of our newest staff members, Ms. Leslie Lincoln is here. She is our newest administrative assistant. She has started with us June 2nd, correct? And she is primarily helping focus on the non-resident applications because those have been a tremendous amount of paperwork as well as number coming in, and with contract manufacturers now coming on board, that will increase us significantly. And so I just wanted to, Leslie is here just to meet and greet with you at the board. So just wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity to meet our newest staff member. We are expecting a new investigator to start August 2nd. And so at the September meeting, I look forward to introducing you to that person. And then we are currently in the midst of interviewing for another administrative assistant to focus on in-state facilities. So we have a vacancy there. We have completed interviews, and so waiting on that hire. And so I'll update you at that time whenever I can.
Welcome, Leslie.
In your packet, some communication that I've received, just for your awareness, there is correspondence from Eli Lilly and Company that is there for you. That came kind of around the March meeting, got it in the office after the March meeting, and so then that's there for your review. Also, correspondence from the Coalition for Compounding Excellence, I think just more of an introduction for that, so I've provided that for your review as well. As Mary Douglas mentioned in her report, there is a new updated joint protocol for pharmacists administering and dispensing hormonal contraception that is based on legislative change that happened with Senate Bill 477. So we were able to administratively update that protocol because of the legislation that removed the requirement for a standing order. So you can still have a standing order or just follow the protocol. It is not required at this time for a standing order and to follow the protocol. So that protocol was updated, placed on our website, went into effect May 22nd, which is the date that the legislation was signed by the governor. Sent out an e-blast communication to all pharmacists as well as pharmacies. That would include permit holders and whatever other contact is within that credential for that. It might have gone to spam, so if you did not receive it as a licensed pharmacist, it is likely in your spam folder because it did go out, or your email address is not correct with us. So this is an opportunity to make sure that all of our licensees have their updated email address on file because we send out a lot of communication via email with that. So that is my report, and then I'll move on to the other items if there are no questions.
I have just two quick questions. So with the contract manufacturers, do you believe that, like, the landscape, they kind of understand that process? Are y'all being inundated with, like, confusion and questions, or is it pretty smooth?
So the question regarding contract manufacturers, we've had a number of licensing offices and those entities that would consider themselves contract manufacturers asking when the application would be ready for them to start submitting since last June.
Okay.
So I think that that there is a fair understanding of what is entailed, what that process will be. I think they've just been waiting on us to make it available. We do anticipate it'll be a large number. And what we were able to do on this year's facility renewal is add a checkbox, if you will. Are you also a contract manufacturer, with the intent of being able to pull all of that information to then reach out to those individuals to please start submitting this contract. Part of what I would like to think we would be able to do is kind of have a grace period, if you will. By the next renewal cycle, we should be have received your application for that.
That's great, thank you. And then this move to shift applications online, is that an agency move, or are we being piloted, or kind of, what's that process?
Question regarding online applications. It is an agency move to, as communicated, our systems have been upgraded, being updated, et cetera. So I believe it's part of that. Nursing is already in this portal, as far as I understand. Medicine also just went live this past spring. We are kind of the next big board, if you will, to do that. And given the number of applications that were not online yet, because we are one of the last boards that don't have all of our applications online in some way. We are able to just work through the people applications and then focus on the facility applications. To give you guys a awareness of what that process looks like from a staff perspective, whenever you are moving to a different portal, you have to review all of the applications. Advice Council has to approve all of the applications. Then that goes to the program manager, which would be my direct boss, for approval from an agency standpoint. And then they get built by our IT team. And so Carolyn has had to review a large number of applications at the same time as trying to provide you guys with legal advice on compounding, and a variety of other factors and topics that have come up. So we probably have, I am not sure, this is just going to be Casey's personal opinion, and it's likely biased. We probably have the highest number of different application types, I would think. We might not be the largest board as far as number of licensees, but we have a large number of types. We are complex. For lack of a better word. And so it has been a large task, but Carolyn has given me a lot of grace whenever I send her something and I'm like, I should have sent this last week, but I need it today because I've got to turn it in tomorrow. So
Thank you.
Just to be completely honest.
Yes, I thank you for being able to describe how much y'all have worked on that and what a burden it is. And I mean, a good burden. We're excited about the change, but I know that that's a lot. I guess my follow-up question to that would be any other advances on more staff for the Board of Pharmacy?
I hope to be able to provide more information later, but I don't have anything other than the current positions that we have interviewed for and look to bring on board for that. But I have made the board's suggestions known.
Other questions so far for Dr. Shealy? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to your next part.
So in your folder, you should have 3 months now. I added May's report last night, yesterday afternoon. Once it was available, it came out yesterday. I think we got official notice this morning, actually. So you should have in there March, April, May finance report. We are holding strong. It is pretty steady and very comparable to last year, even with adding staff there. So some of the expenses have shifted in various areas due to staff, more staff, but overall the expenses are far less than what we are bringing in.
Questions about the finance report? Okay, next.
Inspectors report. So just some global things that our inspectors have been seeing over the past several months. As far as the immunization areas, some common things that seem to be more prevalent now, personnel not having their certifications available, whether that be their immunization certificate to demonstrate that I have gone through the required training to immunize, so not having it readily available whenever the inspector is there, as well as having updated CPR or BLS that they can demonstrate all of the people who are vaccinating meet the criteria to be eligible to do so. Those are some things. So whenever that happens, inspectors will say, please, send it back to me as quickly as you can and find it. So it might be that it's the PSC is not there whenever they do the inspection. The PSC might be the only one who has it. That could be something, or it could be no one knows where it is. And so just an opportunity for people to be reminded you need to have all of this information readily available. Some other things, in our non-dispensing outlet, as well as in some retail locations, inspectors have found multi-dose vials that have been punctured, so they've been used, and either there is no expiration date then put on that vial, or it is being used past the 28 days for when it should be used for that. So those are some things. Finding of outdated or expired meds in retail locations, as well as some EMS locations. Not having written inspections available for our non-dispensing drug outlets, that's been something that we've brought before. Not having personnel properly identified, so pharmacy technicians and interns not wearing a name tag. There have been issues with sinks in locations, either not having hot water or just being really, really filthy whenever they come in for inspections. And then the last item would be a number of pharmacies are practicing out of ratio, whether it be having not enough pharmacists for the technicians that are there, not having the right type of technician based on the number that are there. And I also know that in some locations, there's been some confusion as to national certification is not the same as state certification, and so providing some education for that too. So those are just some of the more global things to bring to your awareness in the last several months.
Any questions from board members about inspector reports? Okay, thank you.
RPP has provided a report. They will also be presenting later today. So I think in my opinion, would be best if there are questions about that report to ask whenever they are there. And they might speak to some of that too whenever they are presenting a little bit later. Virginia Wetzel has provided a legislative update for you all. She is not able to be here today to speak to it, but that is in your packet. If there are questions, I can do my best to answer any. But the big things that we will now be tasked with doing are the CPA regulations, collaborative practice agreement regulations. I am not able to use CPA with Carolyn because she also has accountants. And so there can be some confusion there. So just for your awareness, if you say CPA, be sure that you collaborative practice. So we might just want to help in that way. Board of Medical Examiners has identified 3 people. As you are aware, you've identified 4 people once our newest board member starts at the end of this month. And so part of what I also need to ask of you, you should see at your computer, I put a piece of paper on there that looks like a spreadsheet. Given some limitations in electronic polling and just for the sake of I've got all of you here, to identify some dates that members who are going to be working on the CPA regulations, as well as the full board for some potential called meetings that I anticipate you might want to have for various topics, compounding. related, potentially CPA, collaborative practice related. This is how I'm going to capture your availability. So if you will just, on all of the dates that are there, just at some point today, look at your calendar and mark through when you are not available. I will collect all of these before you leave today. So then on new business tomorrow, I will have the collated availability for you guys to vote on. That also will serve as the availability for those members working on collaborative practice so that we can convene the Board of Medical Examiner representatives and Board of Pharmacy representatives, likely in July and August for that. So that is what that paper is for.
Thank you. I do have a question in reviewing this legislative update that I don't think occurred to me before. Pending legislation H4042 on ivermectin. In this summary, it says the Senate version of this bill directs the Board of Pharmacy to adopt implementation rules within 90 days of the effect date. Would we need to preliminarily get people together for that? Or, you know what I mean? Like we did before, should we identify members to do that? Or I guess I don't even know what implementation rules are. Like procedure?
So for that particular bill, H4042, from my understanding, I will admit, I don't know that I realized there was a 90-day time frame in that original language or even in the amended language there. But that particular bill, what was being tasked to the Board of Pharmacy, from my understanding, is to develop rules, not regulations. It was explicitly not regulation, but to develop rules to provide for a variety of things, screening criteria, counseling that would be required.
And I believe that's detailed in the House version. And that was kind of where my thought was as well. Sorry to interrupt, but I agree with you too. So that's why I was surprised when the Senate version had a 90-day effect date. And I just wasn't sure if we should just wait or do something or
I don't have any more guidance other than that. I don't know that it was one of the topics that they put on to convene over the summer for, because the House adjourned debate twice on it in May, and that I can certainly follow up and see if I can let you know.
At this time, I would wait until we have more information. You just don't know what's going to be fleshed out at that State House.
Okay. Well, maybe with our spreadsheets, that one of those meetings could be about that if it needs to be. Thank you.
It can be multi-purpose.
Other questions regarding the legislative update? Okay.
For that availability, also, I know Dottie is not here, but she did send me her availability, so she will be included in that. And then I've also asked our newest board member, who starts June 30th, because these dates start after that date, to also provide it. So all board members should be accounted for whenever I present those dates tomorrow, is my hope.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Our newest regulations for 503B, as well as what we have been deeming the placeholder regulations for compounding, are now in effect. They were published in the State Register on May 22nd. We sent that out to all of you. My request here now regarding specifically the requirement for a licensed pharmacist in South Carolina for 503Bs is a grace period of time for that to be expected and fully in effect, if that makes sense, from an enforcement standpoint. To me, and I've talked with staff about this too, it makes sense to provide a substantial amount of time for that, just given the process from staff standpoint, as far as making someone eligible to take the law exam for the reciprocity part, it is pretty quick on our end. However, scheduling needs to be considered. Also, if there needs to be more than one attempt, there are periods of waiting that you have to have per the exam rules. Also, these facilities who have been permitted have been functioning without that requirement currently, and so continue to be in compliance with other items. To me, it makes sense to not have it be sooner than at least 6 months from now. I also think that it makes sense to have it be part of the next renewal cycle, which starts April-ish or so. Permits expire June 30th, and so to me, it makes sense that, whenever you renew your next permit, it seems reasonable that you would be able to have had time to do that. So those are just some suggestions, but I do ask for some grace to help ensure that facilities maintain compliance with that particular item.
And some official guidance from this board, right?
I am of the understanding that you are the ones who get to make that decision.
And that requires a vote.
I like the suggestion upon renewal in June 30th, 2027, that each of the 503B outsourcing facilities would be required to meet that new regulation.
Is that a?
I'll make that a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Nice and clean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries.
I appreciate that. I have not communicated out to all of our 503B permits because I was waiting for,
This decision.
yes, and knew that there would likely be questions on when did we need to have it. And so for any of the 503Bs who are listening, that it has not been we just don't plan to let you know. Just wanted to have it be a coordinated communication for that. So we'll get that in the works and hopefully send that out by the end of the week.
That may be in 2027 on a good part of your administrator's report of how that's looking, if you're able to track that or if there's comments or confusion about it.
Absolutely. I'll make note to bring that back.
Thanks. All right.
So as I've mentioned before and several times, we've been updating a lot of applications. One of the called meetings brought a form to you all for that needed to be updated previously. Now needing guidance on whether or not we continue to require a notarized signature on our pharmacist and intern applications. In your packet, I have for you online document requirements. You also have the various pharmacist applications that are there, and these are the only ones that require a notarized signature. I also found transcript discussion from January of 2019 regarding notarized signatures, but it was only in regards to the intern hours, notification of employment, that sort of process. And there is a specific comment made that we are not talking about the initial applications. So as we are putting these online, I need you to determine whether we continue requiring that notarized signature for these specific applications, or if you wish to have it removed.
I would also add in that there is nothing in our Statute Practice Act that requires a notarized signature on these applications.
How would a notary work on an online application?
So it's a separate form. The question being, how do you get a notarized signature on an online application? It's a separate form that becomes an upload. So it's a signature affidavit, and it would have the seal. We currently do that now for our online applications. It's a separate document that is uploaded.
What confidence does that provide you and the staff to have that extra document uploaded? That the person applying is not of ill repute or anything like that, but they are who they say they are and everything checks out. What's the purpose of a notary, in other words?
So I don't know that staff have really questioned it or not. I will make you aware that there is a form that is required by law to be notarized, and that's for all applications agency-wide, right? The verification of lawful presence form is a notarized form that is a requirement for all of our licensees. And I understand that to be agency-wide. And that, I don't know what statute, because it's not the Pharmacy Practice Act, but it is somewhere else. Engine Act, maybe?
I'm not sure if it's in the Engine Act, but it is a requirement by statute. There are some practice acts that do require notarized signatures or attestations. So if you affirm or attest, they often are asking licensees or applicants to affirm or attest, but the notary certainly serves as a verification that there was someone checking a driver's license, but we do background checks on all of our applicants in this board, and so I'm not sure if that is a necessary requirement or simply a barrier. No?
And that's left up to the notary
Wait.
to, nope. Go ahead.
We only require background checks if there is a yes answer to prior convictions.
Casey, I wanted to thank you for including those minutes from 2019, because I could not recall 7 years ago. But I think I would go back to what I said in those minutes, in that these are licensees now under our purview. So if there was falsification on the application, we have, we have jurisdiction over these licensees. So, I mean, in my mind, it seems as we move forward into the online application process, this is the time to eliminate the need for a notary.
I guess, would there be any benefit to requiring background checks on all applicants, whether they check yes or no? Is that like a financial burden, a staff burden, or?
Yes. Is there a need? We can't do that because the Practice Act doesn't really authorize us to do background checks on everyone. So we do ask for, if they have a conviction or unresolved matters, then they have to provide court documentation and a state certified background check.
Well, I guess, like, just to clarify that, because if a notary is verifying, as discussed, that the person is who they say they are, and those, what the purpose of what a notary serves, I'm not too exact on that, but I'm kind of like with Rebecca, what would be the point then of having one? Because how many have we had who aren't who they say they are? Is there any data on that? Like, no? That might be a little bit hypothetical, but.
All right, I chuckle because I have no idea. I will say for pharmacists, their identity, the pharmacists have to take exams, and testing centers verify identity. Like there are various levels, I think, where that identity is verified. For interns, most of our interns are matriculating into a school of pharmacy who is verifying that. We do have people who will become interns as they are seeking licensure as a pharmacist. So again, they still have to take an exam with us, so it's going to be verified there. There may be another, so we don't require that on pharmacy technicians, and I think I was made aware of a potential situation where someone used someone else's information to become a registered person, but we don't require a notarized signature on those applications. Currently, it's just for pharmacists and pharmacy interns. So there are multiple levels of identification, verification for those particular
I thought it was
people.
also pharmacy techs. Are we not requiring that for checks? Okay.
What about pharmacists requesting reciprocity into our state? Because they won't be, well, I guess they would be MPJE examinations. Does it give you any more like enforcement, like action, or like support for enforcement action if something is misrepresented? to have the notarization?
No, you would have to have so you could file a contempt charge criminally, but we wouldn't pursue that. We do collect driver's license information and other individual personal identifying information. I don't know that, other than it would be application fraud, we would have the same.
I was just going to clarify. So for pharmacy technicians, there is not a separate notarized affidavit as it is with pharmacy interns and pharmacists. All of our applications for people have to complete a verification of lawful presence that is notarized. So whenever I said we don't require notarization for pharmacy technicians, it's that I was referring to the separate affidavit like we do for pharmacists and students. But all applicants have to do the notarized verification of lawful presence.
That's statute, right?
Not ours, but,
Yeah,
I mean,
overall.
not our
LLR.
pharmacy statute,
Right.
but global licensing statute.
So just to clarify, if it was the pleasure of the board to eliminate the need for notarization on these applications, there is still a notarization form that is going to have to be filled out on behalf of LLR, not necessarily our board.
Yes, so my request, or my request for guidance is on that separate affidavit that we currently have for 2 license types currently.
How about medicine and nursing? Do we know if they have any notarized paperwork beyond the LLR required?
I can look.
I'm not sure, but I'm also not sure how that would be relevant to our discussion because their Practice Act may say something different. And we do have PICs and consultant pharmacists that simply sign that they affirm or attest that the information provided is true and correct.
So Dr. Shealy, I know you were seeking clarification, but if it was the pleasure of the board to make a motion that sounded similar to, unless otherwise required by statute, to remove the requirement for notary, would that be helpful and allow us to also kind of clean up anything else?
I believe I could work with that.
So just to clarify in my mind, they're already having to get a document notarized and uploading it. So this is simply just eliminating the need to upload a second notarized document.
Yes, ma'am.
But in the past, Cassie, the notary, they didn't have to upload it prior to this new format. Like they had to get their application notarized, right? And now that we're moving to the online thing, it's like an additional step that's kind of duplicative because of the LLR requirement. And it was probably duplicative before too, but it was like on an application, not a separate form that then you would have to upload. Does that make sense?
So in and I'm looking to Tracy back there, 2019-ish? Is that like, whenever, I know, way back. Whenever applications for pharmacists and interns and technicians went online in the first system, there is a separate, so there is like an online instruction packet. Part of that packet includes forms that you have to fill out and upload, and one of those is a signature affidavit that you are who you say you are, and that all of the information you're completing is accurate, truthful. So that is already there. They do have to submit that separately. As we are moving to this new system, I think, and because of the process that I described earlier with advice having to approve changes and then building it, the question has come, why do we do this? I get that a lot. Why are you doing that? Happy to answer as best I can for those. And then, so it's kind of updating that form that is already in existence, but then bringing here, do we still need it or not, to kind of help. So yes, it's because of the new online system, but it's already part of the current process. And I don't know when the verification of lawful presence became part of it. I haven't looked there, but that does require a notary on there, and it has to be submitted with all of our applications, including pharmacy technicians, if that helps.
Not trying to put notaries out of business or anything, but anybody want to make a motion?
I make a motion, Madam Chair, that unless otherwise required by statute or normal practice for LLR, that we would remove the requirement of having a notarized signature.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, but just to clarify, for all forms or just for applications? I don't know what other forms there are, but I don't want to.
If I understood correctly earlier in her report, if everything is moving to the online platform, eventually, the application is now persons now, but then later in the fall,
We might uncover more that have a notary required, and if so, I can bring those back if it doesn't fall under this.
A
I
reinstatement or
trust staff
something.
with that, yeah.
So we have a motion and a second.
Yeah, so just to clarify, his motion is for applications for licensure for all pharmacy personnel.
Yes.
More discussion on that motion?
Dr. Shealy, I was going to say, does that seem to help in the matter that you are asking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I respectfully ask that we continue on with other items of business, and I can bring up the last two at a later time, just
Perfect.
to be mindful of everything else. I didn't intend to take up so much time.
We'll move to item number 8, investigations and enforcement.
Good morning. Before I get started, I wanted to bring your attention to a typo on the statistical report about halfway down on the right side of the page. Please disregard March 17th. I will look into removing that field before the next board meeting. For IRC reporting period January 1 to June 1, 2026, when this report was generated, there were 169 active investigations, 101 closed cases, 173 total complaints received. Today, IRC is presenting for your consideration 18 cases for dismissal, 7 formal complaints, and 7 letters of caution.
I did have one, but I'm trying to pull it up. I believe it's case 2024-223. Before I get to my notes, all I have right here is, I'd like to know a little bit more about this case. I don't know if I'm comfortable dismissing without board review on that one. 2024-223.
It's listed as our first one under dismiss. I would agree with your there.
One moment, I'm refreshing.
Take your time. That's good.
It involved not properly labeling compounded medications that were dispensed. Pharmacy dispensed non-patient-specific compounds to provider who in turn wholesale these products nationwide to other practitioners or entities. It was recommended for dismissal and that the investigator was unable to conclusively say the vials illegally distributed by medical practice were compounded or sold by respondent to the medical practice. I think we need, especially in the current environment, we need more information and to review this one. So unless, I'll open up everybody else, but I will make a motion to not include that one.
And by not include it would, like,
For formal complaint.
move
Accept
it
it
to
as
a
a
formal
dismissal.
complaint.
Do I need to do that now?
Any more information at this point, or do we have to wait until a formal complaint to get with regards to the confidence of we were unable to conclusively say?
I am hesitant to provide more information. Ms. Smith,
We can also, I guess if you would like, we could also sort of pull it off of this report for maybe a second look on it and maybe provide a little more information on the next board report for it that could help you make a decision as to whether it's dismissal or formal complaint, if that would be helpful.
Be in favor of that.
We actually have a motion on the table. We may have to off at the moment, but I think I also have concerns in dismissals where it says unable to corroborate. It's not in my lack of trust or belief, in the system that is happening. But sometimes I just don't know what that means. Like, did we make a couple phone calls and they didn't return them? Are they giving different information that conflicts with what the allegation is? Especially in the case of a dismissal, that language kind of sometimes makes me uneasy.
Okay, that's probably a question for the investigators.
Okay.
Because every investigation is done differently.
Sure.
And from what I know is that OIE, they turn over every stone that they have available to them.
Right.
So the information that they gather sort of at the end is all the information they have that's available. But they can speak to that further.
And so what would our pathway be if there is a concern on one of these cases, such as the first one Dr. Spigner already brought up, but maybe another one that we hold off on the IRC recommendation of affirming that, and then we move it to more investigation or reporting?
procedurally, I think we still have a motion on the table. Have you withdrawn your?
I said I intend to. I never made a motion.
But what I can also tell you is that y'all just think about the fact that you do have an IRC, and the purpose of the IRC is to look at everything and vet these cases. So there is some level of trust there that they have looked at this and agree and have made this recommendation to you. So there is also that to consider as well. And I mean, they serve at the pleasure of the board as well, but there is a level of inherent trust there that you should have in your IRC members to make these recommendations, knowing that they have seen everything that you guys are not able to see.
Yeah, thank you for reinforcing that. And I don't mean for my comments to show any distrust in that process.
I think it just comes down to this is a little bit, I'm assuming because it's a different investigator, the summaries are written a little bit differently. And they're, I guess, just getting used to like what Mary Douglas was saying, what exactly everything means, and maybe a little bit more elaboration with regards to we couldn't conclusively say or unable to corroborate, like no more information provided or whatnot. So.
And the main thing was that there was at least one patient that had lingering side effects, so potential patient harm. So that was my bigger thing. Second to what everybody else has said, not communicating any distrust in the IRC by any means. But I would like to know more information. So what does that process look like for either Casey Smith or Carolyn?
But you all can vote to approve the IRC as a whole. You can approve with an exception and ask that that be sent back to the IRC, or
You can ask that, because we could give you more information on this now, but I would rather sort of take a step back, figure out what information is sort of pertinent to your concerns, and bring that back to you rather than taint the entire board by giving you too much information on the fly right now. So what you could do is you could just we could pull this from this report to bring it back to you at a later date. It wouldn't go to the IRC. It would sort of be just for our purposes to gather sort of what more pertinent information we could give you that wouldn't taint the board for it coming back as a formal complaint if that's what you wanted.
Thank you.
Do we need to make a motion for that?
Yeah, so we will need a motion. We'll do dismissals first, but if anybody wants to make a motion to approve the IRC's recommendations for dismissals, and that can then include an exception. Or we can go case by case.
That was going to be my question. Are we wanting this whole thing to go back for review to be represented, or just individual cases?
That's the only one I had. 2024-223 is the only one that I really saw a significant problem with, and from Schuler's standpoint. So
I had a couple questions about the
Yeah,
letters of
go for it.
cautions with regards to, I guess, just more information, what the violations were versus was there patient harm? How do we classify these as these violations?
So I'll go ahead and make a,
I was going to say, I have a
First.
question about letter of caution, so let's
Take each
just
step.
do the dismissals.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we accept the IRC's recommendations for dismissals with the exception of case 2024-223, and the board will work with staff or with Casey Smith to get a little bit more information on that one.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion for dismissals carries. All right. Kim, I think you want to tell us about formal complaints? Or just say, it just as point of reference, we have 7 formal
We have
complaints.
7 formal complaints
okay,
for your
thank you.
review.
Motion to approve the formal complaints.
Second.
In a second, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and the motion carries. Now we have 7
We have
letters of
7
caution.
letters of caution for your review.
Who seconded? Thank you.
There are 7 letters of caution. Any questions on these?
I have a question, and I'm not positive y'all can answer it. But like an example, case number 2025-313, IRC recommended a letter of caution, but the violation kind of falls under the citations. Could a citation already have been given in addition to a letter of caution?
The citations, as we've been issuing them for immunizations, is not having the material in the kit, not necessarily not taking the kit. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, but to me, okay, no, it doesn't make sense. So in my opinion, if the kit isn't complete, it's a citation. But if you don't bring the kit at all, then there's a violation.
so I believe the regulation says technical violation, and the complaint was filed because felt that it was more than a technical violation.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if we're just going to issue a letter of caution if you just leave your kit at home, versus if you don't have your EpiPen, you get a $500 citation, that doesn't seem appropriate to me.
I hear you.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that when I was reading it.
I also wanted to confirm, it didn't say in here, but I assumed that there was no patient harm that occurred in this situation.
Correct.
But to be clear, we issue a $500 citation even if they're not administering at the time it's an incomplete kit.
Dr. Shealy?
I will look to see if we may have issued a citation in addition to filing a complaint, but we may not have because it wasn't, the kit might have been complete that was seen at the store.
So at this point, it sounds like you're not comfortable with letter of caution. Is there any other cases you would have concerns about that are letters of caution?
So, Madam Chair, I would make a motion to accept the IRC's recommendation for letter of caution with the exception of case number 2025-313, and if it's the pleasure of the board to send that back to the IRC.
Want to send it back to the IRC or just send it back to staff for further investigation and reconsideration?
I'll change that to staff for further consideration.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second. Any discussion?
So I did have some questions about other ones. I apologize. I couldn't get my thoughts together fast enough before your motion.
Do we need to vote on it then?
We need a vote or you need a withdrawal?
Oh, no, it's still discussion because we made a motion for everything.
Do you want to discuss
go
it
ahead.
and see if you still agree with the motion?
So in particular, this, the first one for the letter of cautions, the 2025-57, was listed as unprofessional conduct. And I would agree that this is probably not the best way to handle a situation, but I am curious, I guess, how that, I guess, did we determine if the patient had any other reasonable alternatives like transferring or anything like that? I guess just more information, like this was the only option the patient had. Did it actually occur? How did this get classified as unprofessional conduct?
So it doesn't.
It's human error.
It doesn't get, that's an internal classification. As they come in, we're left with what they are complaining about. Regardless of what the investigation shows, when it comes in, their allegations are unprofessional. This person displayed unprofessional conduct, or this person displayed substandard care. Those initial complaint allegations are what comes in from the complainant. So those aren't something that we're creating, or sometimes they don't line up with what happens at the end of the investigation, if that makes sense.
Further questions?
I think that clarified it for me. Thank you.
All right, so we still have a motion and a second on the table. More discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Next, anything? We're good in item 8, investigations and enforcement?
Who seconded Schuler's motion?
Joe.
Joe.
Really?
Joe? And Beverly. Double time.
All right, so we'll move to item 9, Office of Disciplinary Counsel with Casey Smith.
Thank you. This report is for your information only. We have 48 open cases in ODC, 8 pending hearings and agreements, 0 pending closure. We have closed 8 cases since our last report on March the 3rd of 2026. We've closed 15 cases from January 1st, 2026 to present, and we have no appeals.
Thank you.
And then our next item is item 9B. It's a final order hearing recommendation. A citation appeal hearing was held on January 27th of 2026. You should have in your board book the hearing officer's recommendation. And we have, as State's Exhibit 1, that recommendation as well as the waiver of the respondents and his attorney's presence at the final order hearing. And we would ask that the board accept the final order, or the recommendation of the hearing officer to dismiss the citation. The allegations in this case were the citation imposed was a $500 penalty for violation of 404386B3A, which requires pharmacists in charge to assure that all technicians are currently licensed, certified, or registered. That hearing resulted in the hearing officer recommending dismissal, and we would ask that you accept that.
Motion to accept.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'll bring it up just for a moment. So, tend to agree with the hearing officer recommendation in this one. I think you mentioned that the burden of proof was to the state. The state didn't prove that the technician did not do any technician duties. Not really comfortable with that. I mean, maybe that's just legal. Maybe that's because I'm not a lawyer. But in regards to the PIC and having responsibility over the technicians they hire, making sure they're registered, that to me, that pretty normal PIC duties. And then how do we not know that they didn't perform anything that resulted in patient safety issue? Just because we've had similar cases where we have discussed in terms of either hiring a technician or a technician opening a pharmacy without a pharmacist present, I think that those are not apples to apples, but they do kind of get to the same core competency of what a technician is and is not allowed to do.
So in this matter, the PIC is the one who identified the issue, had used another service to go through the hiring process. They were still in the hiring process, although technically hired. It was unclear that they had been on the job, but also,
So maybe still going through the paperwork process?
right, and I think there was some consideration of the fact that the PIC is the one who self-reported, and therefore, as a indication of education rather than penalization, that was recommendation.
And kudos to PIC, by the way. That's good. All right, that's all I had.
So we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and the motion carries.
I'm not sure I introduced this as evidence states Exhibit 1, so I would introduce it as evidence
Okay.
at this time.
We will accept that. Thank you. All right, item 9C, consent agreements, voluntary surrenders, relinquishments, and temporary suspensions.
I'm going to do the other ones first. We had, for your information, we had one voluntary surrender in 2025, 263, and then we had 4 relinquishments in 2025, 162, 216, 2026, 83, and 2026, 85. And then we have 13 consent agreements for your review and consideration today. And I'm going to go out of order from this, so don't pay attention to the agenda order. And the first one I'm going to do, there is a board member recusal, from my understanding, on case 2025-288.
Yes.
So Dr. Eunice will step out for this matter.
All right, we're good.
All right?
Wait, before.
Sure.
And it might have just changed since Dr. Eunice stepped out for recusal, but if we were to do a unanimous consent type of motion for anything pertaining to a case or consent agreement for CE, would that still apply? Could we do that if it was the board's pleasure, even with Dr. Eunice being out?
So I would recommend that with Dr. Eunice having recused from the initial one, that be held as a separate vote. But then, yes, you can hear all of the cases and vote on them as just like you would the IRC.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll do the first one. You guys will vote on that, and then you'll do a collective vote on the rest of them, or just on the CEs?
My intent was just on the CEs,
Okay.
to try to speed things along for the audience.
Okay, sure. All right, so the first one is case number 2025-288, a pharmacist, Alyssa Bastig, pharmacist license number 36820. This is a CE case. She was 15 hours deficient for CE. She averred that she hasn't practiced in South Carolina since she was a pharmacy intern and hasn't practiced anywhere as a pharmacist since 2022, but has since purchased a learning membership and will complete all hours prior to renewal in the future. She agrees that she was in violation of South Carolina Code sections 4043, 130B, and 140A1A. It is a public reprimand and a $500 fine. This is a resolution guidelines case.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
One discussion, so I heard Casey Smith say that she plans on doing all the hours in the future, but the renewal period, was she required? I didn't see where all the other ones said that they are currently in good standing or up to date on their hours. This is the only one where I saw that she was not required to do the 15.
She's up to date on her
Okay.
hours, yes.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Bye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. All right, logistically, we will bring in our board member.
If y'all don't want to do it, you don't have to.
I was going to suggest I have no problem doing the rest of them collectively.
Because they're all resolution guidelines, pretty much, from what y'all understood, right?
Yes,
Okay.
if that's,
One hearing that is closed.
Yep. Okay. And is that the 219 one?
So the next one is closed.
Probably need a motion for closed hearing.
So moved.
Second?
Okay.
Motion and a second to go into closed session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So logistically, we'll get back online.
Are there any that you want to discuss?
All right, logistically, thank y'all for returning and that we're back online.
Madam Chair, I'm going to try this, and if I get it wrong, y'all can correct me. I would like to make a motion for unanimous consent for the remainder of the cases, with the exception of case 2025-260.
So all cases except for 2025-260?
Are you asking, so there would not be a presentation of facts?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, but you do want one on 260?
Correct.
Got it. Okay, that case, wait, have y'all voted on it? Okay. I'm good.
All right, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And the discussion being that based off of these, with the exception of the 260, are CEs that are resolution guidelines, either plus or minus 5 hours, or less than 5 hours, greater than 5 hours for both technicians and pharmacists. So we were going to use the resolution guidelines anyway.
I think there's a couple of other issues, but they all follow resolution guidelines.
That's correct, yeah. There are some sort of miscellaneous resolution guideline cases that are in there.
So all of them minus 260.
More discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Okay, and we'll hear case 2025-260 now.
Sure. This is a facility. He is Alive LLC, permit number 21264. The permit holder is Anita Dowdy. On November 2025, LLR received a complaint that the pharmacy was open on November 3rd without a pharmacist present. The owner and the permit holder, Anita Dowdy, spoke with the LLR investigator and acknowledged that the pharmacy was open without a pharmacist because the PIC at the time could not get to the pharmacy by 9 a.m. The respondent stated the phones would turn on at 9 a.m. and the pharmacy technician would complete data entry, count and label prescriptions and sell prescriptions that had previously been verified by the pharmacist until the pharmacist arrived at 9:30, and this was not a daily occurrence. She agreed that they were in violation of South Carolina Code Sections 40, 43, 86, B12, and B14, and that they opened the pharmacy without a pharmacist present and did not display a closed pharmacy sign in the absence of a pharmacist. And that includes a public reprimand and a $500 fine.
On this particular case, in the findings of fact, the respondent's name is spelled differently, and so I would recommend
Yes,
just a
okay.
cleanup of that.
So I would make a oral motion to amend that to read Dowdy instead of Zowdy. I think I just transposed because it was Anita Z. Dowdy.
So I'll go ahead and make that motion. Oh, I can make the motion.
I made the motion. I made the motion.
I approve.
Yeah, that's okay.
Whatever we need to do. Do we need to vote on that? Okay, thank goodness.
And that is all that ODC has for you as far as consent agreements. Thank you.
Any questions about this case?
The only reason I brought this up is that it sounded very, very similar to a previous case. I believe that we had, what month are we in? March. So in March, case 2024-248, and I know we can't merge the two, but I just want to make sure we're being consistent on the same discipline with regards to consent agreement.
It's my recollection that that case, the respondent rejected the consent agreement and resolution guideline parameters and wished to bring their case before the board.
My recollection is that we rejected it. Dr. Shealy, do you know which one?
You rejected a MOA for a facility last time, and I can pull back up specifics on 220, say the
2024-248. Sorry, yeah, 2024-248.
So your concern is consistency in decisions? So you have a concern about consistency in the decision?
Well, one, to Caroline's point, was it the PIC or was it a facility? I can, and I may be merging 2 or 3 cases because I feel like we've had a couple different facilities, and we had some complaint, or we had a formal complaint on the facility, and then we sent one back for a formal complaint on the PIC as well, and that one may be different than the one I'm talking about?
It is different.
Different, okay. All right. And
The one, 224, 248 came as a formal complaint based
Formal
on those facts. And so there was an MOA that you accepted.
Any questions about this case or a motion? Looks like Dr. Meek.
I have a question. Was this a planned absence to not be there until 9:30? The reason I'm asking is, did the technician have the keys and the alarm code to the pharmacy to let themselves in?
I can only give you the information that's contained in the consent agreement. Because they're not here. So you can accept it, you can reject it, but you can't have any further information and you can't deviate from it.
You're stuck with the four corners of the document.
Other questions or any motion?
We get clarification of specifically one sentence in it. Can I ask and you just tell
You
me
can-
no?
yep.
Okay. It says that this is not a daily occurrence. Can you specify if this was a first occurrence or if?
I cannot
Okay.
because that's a respondent's averment. That is not a statement from the state.
Keep things moving. I would like some more information on this one, so if nobody wants to second it, that's their business. But I'll make a motion to reject the consent agreement for case number 2025-260 and recommend formal complaint.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? And the motion carries.
That's all ODC has.
Okay. Thank you, ODC. Appreciate that. Next up, we will move to 10. Item 10, professional association reports. We'll start with A, South Carolina Pharmacy Association. That report is included in our board book, and Brian Clark, who submitted that report, is here with us today. Any questions or discussion? All right, Dr. Clark, if you'll come on up.
Good morning.
And thank you for being here today. You want a verbal?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, we invite you to give a verbal report as well.
Sure, I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you guys. You did get my written report, as you mentioned. There are a couple of things on there under legislation currently tracked by SCPHA. I did not add to that report, but would like to mention verbally, and just because of reference earlier today, I think H 4042, you guys had talked about ivermectin. SCPHA was extensively involved in those adjustments that were made in the Senate. It is my understanding that with the way session currently is, that bill is still on the calendar and could be called at any point in time. So just wanted to clarify that. As I've mentioned before in previous reports, we spend a lot of time on PBMs, and I know that we don't traditionally talk about those in these meetings, but we are pleased that the Senate will have a study committee if passed with the budget, because this does directly have an impact on the citizens of South Carolina through PBM, current behavior, treatment delays, step therapies, patient steering, and formulary disruptions. Those are the two that I didn't have on my written report. The third one I wanted to mention was S477, which has already been discussed, and I just wanted to go on the record as saying thank you guys for updating that administratively so quickly and getting that out. We also shared it to the membership because that's been a work in progress for about 4 years to get pharmacists where they're allowed to administer those without requirement of standing order as a part of the protocol. So thank you very much. The other one is S449. I just wanted to bring this up as collaborative practice agreements were an issue back in 2024. And in respect for what the chairman's remarks were earlier, the opportunity for everyone in our profession to work together, I definitely think this is an opportunity because there was a lot of input from SCPHA towards the previous regulations that had been promulgated and got pulled at the last minute. So just for a little historical perspective, SCPHA did have a work group back in 2024 that drafted some language. And I also have a couple of members, particularly board members, that were very interested in me relaying that information. Not sure if you guys were willing to accept that or at least consider that language as you do that work. But this is coming from folks with boots on the ground that have practice. So I'm happy to share that with you through Dr. Shealy if you guys would like. But as far as education goes, I think that ties right into the other thing I'd like to talk about that you guys ask is the upcoming education professional opportunities. I see that Dr. Jennifer Adams is listed on the agenda as item 13, and it's great that we're doing that. I think that SCPHA continues to try to do that in the reference to standard of care. As previously mentioned, when we had the former state exec from Iowa, Kate Gaynor, speak at our Southeastern Leadership Weekend, and also want to call attention to our keynote speaker at the annual convention coming up in 3 weeks. Tim Frost, a fellow Idahoan, will be our keynote there speaking on standard of care. So just want to let you guys know that we are trying to work with you and recognize that education is a key piece. So anything that we can do to facilitate the partnership, want to make sure we're doing it. Also want to give a shout out and thanks to Jared for being at our House of Delegates this upcoming July and representing the board there. Everything else is mentioned there, but that's what I had, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Mainly just want to make sure we're collaborating together so that for the betterment of pharmacy and so that we have a positive reputation in the state.
Thank you so much, Brian. I'll go ahead and accept your offer for the information sharing on that. Thank you. Other questions or discussion from board members?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here today. Next up in professional association reports is 10B, South Carolina Society of Health System Pharmacists. We have received a written report, and I also see Eric is here if we would like to add a verbal report. Okay, Eric, come on up.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me here today. I have additional detail outlined in our written report, but the couple things I will highlight in addition to that include that we'll be hosting our upcoming leadership conference July 31st in Columbia, where over 8 health system pharmacy leaders will be gathered together to discuss topics related to pharmacy leadership. The other thing I'll call out from our written report is that health systems with covered entities are increasingly facing challenges. 40B program. The latest update we have is that the newest version of the 340B rebate model pilot program has been sent to the Office of Management and Budget for approval. This signals to us that HRSA does have the intent to try and proceed forward. Model, which will cause substantial cash flow issues as well as administrative burden for covered entities to support that. So many of our health systems are facing struggles, both with personnel and management in terms of administering that program, and we'll continue to advocate for efforts to support and protect that program within the state.
And that Office of Management and Budget, that's a state office or a federal office?
A federal office.
Okay.
That'll take any additional questions.
Thank you. Questions?
A point of information, do you know what % of hospitals in South Carolina?
I don't know that percentage off the top of my head, but I suspected someone was going to ask for it, so I'd be happy to gather that information and provide it to the board. Thank you.
Yeah, I think at one point, maybe even a year ago, we had one figure, but there were some kind of in between status. So I think that information does help if you ever are able to get that.
Absolutely.
Other questions or concerns? All right. Thank you so much for being here today and providing that report.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go to agenda item 11A, request review and clarification of board order for Robbie D. Walters. Is Dr. Walters here? Great.
And Madam Chair, I will recuse myself.
As will I.
All right, we have 2 recusals, so we are going to logistically let that happen.
For the record, we have Dr. Schuler and Mr. Meeks that have recused themselves from this matter. A quorum is present.
All right. Item 11A, does he need to be sworn in? Oh, actually, I may have a script on this. Hold on. Casey, why don't you start us on this? Or either Casey, actually. I'll find my script. Hold on.
So Dr. Robbie Walters came before the board previously and is seeking a clarification based on board guidance and other recommendations from RPP.
Yes, I do believe we'll need a motion for closed session.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to go into closed session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. So thank you. coming out of closed session, welcoming back our recusals, and we'll take a 10-minute break. All right, so 11:25. Metro Treatment Center of South Carolina. We have you present.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
And I believe, have y'all already been sworn in? And
If we could have the petitioner sworn in.
I do.
And for the record, please.
Juwan Gamble.
all right. And as you may have heard, when you talk into these microphones, you'll have to be very, very close to them. You don't have to press a button, but it will light up while you're talking. All right. So this hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Metro Treatment of South Carolina, DBA York County Treatment Center. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether the board should release the respondent from conditions or restrictions previously imposed by the board. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the board. My name is Mary Douglas Smith. I am the chair of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. The attorney assigned to advise us during this hearing is Carolyn Sutherland, advice counsel. A quorum of the board is present. Do any of the board members have reason to recuse themselves from this matter? Hearing none, this hearing will be held in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. Dr. Gamble is present and is represented by an attorney.
Yes, Travis Dayhuff. I'm an attorney, Nelson Mullins, here in Columbia.
Thank you. And Dr. Gamble, do you have any witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
No.
Okay. And we've got his name. And then Casey Smith, Disciplinary Counsel, is representing the state in this matter. Ms. Smith, please outline the procedural history of this matter for the board.
Thank you. The parties entered into a consent agreement that was accepted by the board on January 18th of 2017. This was an inspection violations case, and there was a fine of $1,000, and there was also some language in the consent agreement that says respondent's permit will continue uninterrupted in probationary status contingent upon respondent's compliance with the terms of this agreement, which shall remain in effect for a period of not less than 2 years and until further order of the board. Admittedly, the state does contend that is ambiguous language. It really doesn't give them a mechanism to come back or to get off of probation. They have been in probationary status since 2017. The state has no issue with them coming off of probation. There have been no issues since this consent agreement. I think Mr. Dayhuff is going to ask that sort of probation sort of be backdated to 2 years after the consent agreement, instead of having to report to different licensing entities that they have been on probation for 9 years and having to explain that. We also have no issue with that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dayhuff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case our recent compliance record is helpful context for you today, the center had its most recent Board of Pharmacy inspection in 2024, no compliance issues. We had a Department of Public Health Bureau of Drug Control inspection in April of 24, no compliance issues. We had our CARF accreditation survey, October 24, no compliance issues. Last but not least, our management company does internal audits periodically of our clinics, including the pharmacy. We had one in April of 2026. It was an unannounced audit, scored a great 91 out of 100. So we're doing well. So we do ask that the board consider an order that would backdate the probation to 2 years after the imposition of it in 2017. Seems clear to us that the Board of Pharmacy, back in the day, intended that to be the case rather than 9 years of probationary status. I appreciate Ms. Smith acknowledging that the requirement to come back was not as clear as it could have been, and we didn't appreciate that. That's why we're here today. And I suppose we'd rather not hold the record for the longest ever pharmacy probation in South Carolina history if we could not do that. So we'd be happy to answer questions you may have about this matter. Dr. Gamble was not around. He's been our PSC for the last 8 years, but he wasn't there for the inspection or the consent agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. It was before my time, too. All right. Any questions from board members?
I just have one. Why has this not come up before now?
So it didn't come up I think in part because of the language. It came up now because we are working on potential enrollment as an OTP provider for North Carolina Medicaid. They dug deeply into everything and said, hey, are you guys on probation? I think we said at first, we don't think so. We looked into it, called Ms. Calhoun, I think, maybe your administrator, and found out that we should come see you.
Other questions from the board members or any motions?
Madam Chairwoman, I make a motion that we release Metro Treatment Center from probationary status and make that effective 2 years from the date of this signed order.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today. All right, so now a little agenda wrangling. I would like to go to 11F, request approval of pharmacy technician reinstatement application from Carla Coulter. Hi. All right, this is the matter of Carla Coulter. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether Ms. Coulter's pharmacy technician reinstatement application for registration as a pharmacy technician should be granted. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the board. My name is Mary Douglas Smith. I am the chair of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. The attorney assigned to advise us during this hearing is Carolyn Sutherland, Office of Advice Counsel with LLR. A quorum of the board is present. Do any of the board members have reason to recuse themselves from this matter? Okay, hearing none, this hearing will be held in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. Dr. Shealy, had the board members received Ms. Coulter's application?
I believe they have the packet of information.
Okay. And did the staff subpoena any other persons to be here today?
No.
Okay. And what questions did staff have concerning this application?
So Ms. Coulter has been in a lapsed status since 2016, and so part of getting back into active practice for pharmacy technicians, if your registration has been lapsed for more than 3 years, you go through a reinstatement application. So she submitted a reinstatement application in October of 2025. At that time, was noticed that she had not completed the requirements in a 2015 CE audit consent agreement, which included additional CE hours, attending the law refresher course, and paying a fine. She has done all of those things now that are available, and so this is to approve her reinstatement based on that.
Okay. And is the applicant present?
She is.
Thank you. Ms. Coulter, are you represented by counsel?
No.
Okay, and you understand you have that right and you're waiving it?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have any witnesses that you intend to call on your behalf? Okay. Has the court reporter received a government-issued photo ID from her? Okay, if you'll provide an ID, and then she'll swear you in. All right, Ms. Coulter, this is your opportunity to explain to the board anything in regards to your application.
Just like to say, back in 2015, when I failed the CE audit, I had the wrong amounts of live CE, the regular CE, so I didn't, at that time, didn't fulfill it, and then just didn't really have the career lineup where I wanted to pursue pharmacy at that time. Currently, I do work for Atrium PRN. And there is a need in the pharmacy, so that is my reason for the lapse timing.
Okay. And so you are interested in kind of fulfilling that position? Okay, I see. All right. Questions from board members?
During this lapse of time, is there any work in any pharmacy that you've done?
Not.
Okay.
The original consent agreement wasn't in here, and I just can't seem to remember what exactly was it that she needed to become compliant with. Was it just the getting her CE hours back up to date?
It was CE hours, attending a quality and law refresher CE
That was
that
the
now has
SCPHA
become,
one.
that was the SCPHA one that is now the reciprocity interview for that, and then paying a fine.
Okay, I just couldn't remember what we replaced it with because I was like, there was something that we did last meeting.
And all of that has been completed? and up
Yes,
to date now?
she attended the June reciprocity interview and paid the fine, and has, as of May 2026, from a period of September 5th, 2025 to May 27th, 2026, has more than enough CE hours to cover the CE agreement plus the reinstatement requirement.
Madam, make a motion that we approve her technician reinstatement application.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Welcome back to the pharmacy profession. All right, we will now go to 11C, request reconsideration of intern hours by Rosemary Hoover, pharmacy intern.
Ms. Hoover, could you please be sworn in by the court reporter? Okay. And do you understand you have the right to counsel?
Yes.
And you are, it appears you are pro se, you are intending to represent yourself and waive that right to counsel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Shealy, why don't you explain or set up this request for us?
So Ms. Rosemary Hoover is currently a pharmacy intern with the state, and submitted her hours for 2025, but they were denied at staff level because there was not a notification of employment on file to cover that time period. And I believe that Ms. Hoover has ability to kind of speak to what she found, and then that correspondence that is part of your packet.
Okay. So like she said, we do have the written correspondence, but you are now, you can also speak to that if you would like.
So I had a baby in August of 24. I was on a leave of absence during the fall semester of 24. In the spring 25 semester was my first semester back in school, so unfortunately it didn't cross my mind to submit the paperwork at the beginning of the year. And I didn't realize I didn't until the end of the year, beginning of 26, when I went to submit my intern hours and the paperwork.
Are you currently enrolled in pharmacy school?
Yes, at the Medical University of South Carolina.
And what year are you?
I am finishing a remediation course, and then I'll be a P4.
Okay. And then do you know how many intern hours you have now to date?
I think between 100 and 200, or maybe a little less than 200. I can't remember.
That you've gotten from like an employment?
Yes.
Not counting any IPPE hours.
No.
We currently 170.45 that have been accepted to date.
Okay.
Is the amount in question this 265.5 that we're considering today?
That would be my understanding.
Do you currently work anywhere, Ms. Hoover?
Yes, I work at CVS.
And is it safe to say that you've already submitted your notification of employment for this year?
Correct.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you are not the first intern to appear before us with this request. I think yours is a little unique because you were on a leave of absence.
Did your school, excuse me, did your school notify you, give you a reminder of any kind about submitting notification of employment if you were currently working?
When I came back from leave of absence or during?
Just any time, but I mean, yeah, preferably when you came back, but I would say that that's probably one-off situation. But in terms of just overall, did your class receive communication from the school about making sure to update your notification of employment?
I don't remember if they let us know or not.
Okay, thank you. Not that it's their responsibility. I'm just trying to determine kind of what reminders you may have had. I do think that yours is an exceptional circumstance with leave, and congratulations, way belated, but.
Go ahead.
If we can have a reminder, I know that this is, to Madam Chairwoman's point, this is not the first time in the last couple of meetings. Can we have a discussion on what we've done? I know we've approved a couple. Does this fall in line with what we've approved? Are there any significant differences?
There was no change of employment, though, from before the leave of absence to after, just clarifying that.
Now, I've worked at the same CVS store since I started pharmacy school.
Schuler, I think to your question, I think we've taken each situation case by case.
Okay.
But Madam Chairwoman, I would make a motion that we approve these hours.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Got your hours back.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll go ahead and take 11D, request reconsideration of intern hours, China Woodard, pharmacy intern.
Hello.
Hello, and she'll, if you'll state your name for the record and have her swear you in, please.
China Woodard. I do.
All right, Dr. Shealy?
So Ms. Woodard is a current pharmacy intern for us and submitted hours for 2025 that were denied because we didn't have a notification of employment on file for that location.
And Ms. Woodard, you can give any statement. We do have the information from your packet, but you can also give a statement here.
Okay. I'm a current pharmacy student at MUSC as well. I'm a rising P3. When I first started pharmacy school, I was working at the Prisma Health Outpatient Pharmacy here, as well as the MTM Center on MUSC campus. They let me keep my job here because my hometown is here. So whenever I came home on weekends and breaks, I could work. However, upon starting pharmacy school, I wanted to note that my dad was battling cancer. He passed away in October when I first started working at the MTM Center, so I didn't actually start working until after I came back to school. That the end of that year, I do have his obituary with me as well if you need to see it. I worked a limited amount of hours to the end of that year. Those got submitted and were approved. At the beginning of the year, I was just facing a lot of financial strain and everything with my family, and I just completely forgot to submit a notification of employment. I know you asked if anyone reminded us. I do not remember being reminded to submit one, but I don't want to misspeak on if we were reminded and I just forgot. So that's really just around that time frame that I wasn't able to submit one. I would also like to note that towards the end of 2025, I also lost my mom to cancer as well. I have her obituary with me here as well. Since then, I have not been working. I have only been focused on trying to get through the semester of school. Sorry, I apologize. So I really appreciate the hours just because it would put a big strain if they're denied, and I'm trying to get them back my P3 year, and that's all.
Very sorry for your losses.
I was just going to make a statement, Ms. Woodard. You do not have to apologize for being emotional. What you've gone through is tough, so you don't need an excuse for that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Shealy, how many hours do we currently have on file for her?
Currently on file have 366.12 hours, and the request today, based on my calculation, assuming I put the numbers in correctly, is 322.1.
Yes, ma'am.
Questions from board members?
I was just going to confirm, have you sent the notification for employment for 2026?
I have not been working since the new
You're not
year.
working, that's right, okay.
And thank you for answering the questions prior to. That's the benefit of getting to see somebody else go first. But Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Thank you for coming today. All right, I will take up 11E, request approval of pharmacy technician application, Tynesha L. Simons.
As long as they're not virtual, the witnesses don't need to have photo ID to verify to be sworn in.
Okay.
But we can.
All right, this hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Tynesha L. Simons. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether Ms. Simons' application for registration as a pharmacy technician should be granted. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the board. My name is Mary Douglas Smith. I am chair of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. The attorney assigned to advise us during the hearing is Carolyn Sutherland, Office of Advice Counsel with LLR. A quorum of the board is present. Do any of the board members have reason to recuse themselves from this matter? Okay. This hearing will be held in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. Dr. Shealy, have the board members received Ms. Simons' application?
Yes.
Okay. Did staff subpoena any other persons to be here today?
Ma'am.
And what questions did staff have concerning this application?
Ms. Simon submitted a application for pharmacy technician registration in June of 2025, and on that application, it was found that she needed to submit further information based on a conviction on May 16th, or excuse me, the conviction was May 31st, 2018, for shoplifting value less than $2,000. So we were unable to approve the application at staff level.
Okay, and I see Ms. Simons is present. Are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you understand you can waive that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you have any witnesses that you intend to call today? Okay. At this time, if you will be sworn in by our court reporter. All right, Ms. Simons. So Dr. Shealy gave us the reason they couldn't approve your application at staff level. This is now your opportunity to speak to your application.
In 2018, I was with
other friends, and we were in Walmart getting things. Well, you know, it's the hands of one, it's the hands of all. So they took everybody to jail today. But I promise you, I did not take anything. I was just with the group, so I had to go with them also.
What questions do our board members have?
Do you have a pharmacy technician opportunity lined up?
No, ma'am, I'm currently in school to get my medical assistance, but I do want to start working in the pharmacy area also.
So sometimes with these hearings, we will ask the applicant, you know, kind of tell us what's changed from that time, especially when it's been several years like yours, kind of explain kind of what your professional interests and career goals are, and kind of how you intend to achieve those.
I'm currently not working. I just had a baby, but I am in school to get my medical assistance. I'm licensed to be a CNA, and since 3 years ago, I haven't been in any trouble, and I'm also working on getting my record cleared now.
And so the charge of shoplifting, we want to make sure that you understand that if and when you're working in a pharmacy, you are around a lot of inventory that has a very high dollar value. Could you maybe speak to any, I guess, disinterest in making a bad decision or kind of what those temptations might be, anything like that?
I don't have any temptations. I've learned my lesson. I promise you I don't want to get in no more trouble. Like I said, I just had a baby, so I just want the best for her.
Other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve Ms. Simmons' application.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. And thank you for coming today. All right. We will take 11G, request approval and guidance of fast lane delivery kiosk and locker system in Costco stores in South Carolina. Dr. Jeff Garris with Costco Wholesale Corporation. Hello.
Morning.
All right. Dr. Shealy, would you like to set us up with this request?
Madam Chair, in your board material, you should see the packet of information that Dr. Garris sent to our office and requested an appearance before the board for guidance on a kiosk system that they've implemented in several other states. Dr. Garris can speak more to the specifics, logistics, and his specific request.
Garris, if you could be sworn in, please.
Absolutely. Well, good morning. Good morning, South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. Thank you for the opportunity for me to appear before you today. I'm here to respectfully request the board's approval to authorize the shared use of pharmacy pickup lockers at our by our optical and e-commerce business units, specifically to authorize optical and online orders staff to access different compartments within the locker unit itself. As a responsible operator of 7 South Carolina pharmacies, Costco is committed to expanding convenient and safe medication access to our patients. We firmly believe that this shared use model will meaningfully improve patient access to medications by integrating locker pickup in high traffic, easily accessible locations. Patients will have the greater flexibility to obtain their medications on their own terms without compromising patient safety or security. This approach directly supports the board's mission to enhance public health and medication adherence across South Carolina. This is not a new or unproven concept. Costco currently operates 205 shared-use pharmacy pickup lockers successfully utilized by our pharmacy departments in 13 states. These lockers have demonstrated strong patient satisfaction, improved operational efficiency, and most critically, maintained the highest standards of pharmacy practice with zero compromise to patient safety or regulatory compliance. We're committed to working with the board to implement any additional safeguards, reporting requirements, or oversight measures you deem necessary to ensure continued excellence in pharmacy services in South Carolina. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I guess to start us off, you mentioned that this is availability of medications for the pharmacy being closed. Is that something that you guys have seen a spike in, or is it just like after hours? Is your pharmacy closed and the store's not open situation?
It is common for our pharmacies to not be open during full warehouse hours. Warehouse hours at Costco run until 8:30 p.m., and until we hit a volume threshold, the pharmacy hours are 7 p.m. Additionally, our pharmacies are closed on Sundays, so this allows for Sunday pickup of medications.
Talk about if patients would like request it. Since I'm the public member, utmost
You talking
importance
to the
me.
mic
I'm
more,
sorry,
please?
I thought I was. There we go. Since I'm the public member of the board, I'm here to represent the public's perspective. Can you talk about how you promote that service and let patients know that even though they're picking up medication from a kiosk, is there a checklist? Is there a punch 9 if you want to do this?
There is a hard halt that will require the patient to decline consultation at the register or at the locker.
Dr. Garris, I think, and you mentioned policy 152, and I think that's guidance the board has put out previously to kind of not have to direct so many of these type of meetings, but thank you for your time and for your presentation. I'm all for technology and use of technology in pharmacy, and so kudos for figuring out ways to make the patient experience even better. My only issue, and I would like the board to discuss, is the request for board approval to authorize optical and online order staff, which we do not permit or oversee. So that is, in terms of the semantics of your request, is my only problem. And to me, this is Schuler, not the board. I don't know what the board's pleasure is. This should be a business decision. And if you're doing it in 13 other states very well with no missed deliveries or any patient harm, patient safety risks, it sounds like you guys got a good thing going. To me, that is a business decision because, in my opinion, the way the request is written, I would not be able to vote on that because we don't oversee those people. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I think our question is more for us to utilize this locker unit, and we permit non-board approved personnel to access other units within the locker system specifically.
Dr. Shealy.
That is permitted because this is an extension of your permit in the store.
To clarify, that is the reason why he is here before the board for that, and I believe he could likely speak to what parameters other jurisdictions may have put into place, from my understanding, if that is helpful.
So in all other states, with the exception of North Carolina, full shared use of the lockers being stocked by optical and e-commerce employees is fully allowed in those states. In North Carolina, the question came up as to whether or not optical and e-commerce employees would appropriately be inspecting these lockers out from under the direct supervision of the board. With that being the case, we did roll out a digital partition that locked the pharmacy to one side of the locker unit, locked optical and e-commerce to another side of the unit with that development. However, in the state of Florida, we don't have that development in place, and given the growth of both of those areas of business, we would like full use of the locker wherever possible.
That was going to be my biggest question, was do those non-pharmacy personnel have access to those lockers that may contain medications when pharmacy personnel are not there overseeing it?
No. Once a pharmacy is dedicated, or once a locker is dedicated to the pharmacy department, all of the departments are locked out completely. The only access to the unit itself is under the control of the PIC in the pharmacy department, stored in the C2 cabinet by policy.
And then once that locker is emptied, it then becomes available to other departments to use.
Absolutely.
And I know you, and your proposal also includes the optical department. The Board of Pharmacy obviously doesn't have any ability to weigh in as to the approval or otherwise for that. Have you been to that licensing board for approval of this?
So the optical department of my company works with the optical boards of pharmacy. For context, I know that the North Carolina Opticians Board does not currently approve the use of these lockers. So we rolled out the partition. We are still segregated to one half of the department or one half of the locker. They are not currently using them until it's approved under the Opticians Board.
And is that the same approach that you would use if South Carolina?
Absolutely. That wouldn't be my role in the company, but yes.
Clarify, I think I heard you say that North Carolina.
Microphone.
Just scoot it
You
towards
can
you.
move it, yeah.
Yeah. So it sounds like North Carolina's was a specific address of an issue they brought up. So is your plan not to put a petition in South Carolina unless this board requests that, or have you just moved to generally putting petitions in place?
We have not moved to generally putting petitions in place. We would request not to.
Other questions from the board? Or any motions?
Is there ever a situation where a patient would have both pharmacy and optical products being picked up at the same time from the same locker, in which case maybe both departments would have access to that same locker, or would they be separate, or is that just not a commonplace thing?
The lockers are assigned independently of the order. So if a patient were picking up both items, they would be stored in two separate lockers, including e-commerce as well.
And then beyond optometry, there's other items, right? Like high-value items that could be in there too? And that would be the same process?
At this time, e-commerce is not currently utilizing the lockers, but it is part of our e-com plan to roll that out this summer.
If that rolls out, would it still be a separate locker, so they would not cross paths at any point?
No way of crossing paths. Once it's dedicated to pharmacy, all of the departments are locked out.
It's just a random question. This is Costco only. You guys don't accept any, you're not like a pickup spot for other companies, Amazon or anything like that?
These would only be prescriptions prepared by the pharmacy at that warehouse.
Okay. Does that include, do you guys have any central fill locations that, in South Carolina, that the prescriptions come back to the originating pharmacy that would you use for this as well?
We presently don't have any pharmacies serviced by central fill facilities. We are at capacity with our current central fill facilities. We will be working on that in coming months, at which case at which point, when we are live with central fill, then those central fill items will be serviced at the locker, specific pharmacy.
And is this, in terms of Medicaid, Medicare, are there any restrictions for insurance plans that will prevent you from doing this? Because I know certain, of course, medications, which you have alluded to, is temperature control. Do you do refrigerator items or anything like that? Do you do any Medicare items?
So the lockers only, so excluded items include REMS items, refrigerated items, controlled substances, veterinary preparations, and syringes. I believe that's all.
And you mentioned with regards to the counseling that it does have a hard stop prompt for the patient at pickup at the locker to decline it. If they do request counseling, what's the process for that?
So it's a two-way audio-visual interface with the pharmacist at the pharmacy location where that locker is located. The pharmacist working on the bench has a headset and that they speak with the patient and provide that. During any closed hours when the pharmacy is not operating, that service is routed to an agency where they perform the consultation. The agency pharmacist is licensed in the state, and they perform the consultation.
Where in the store are these lockers located, just out of curiosity?
That's a point of contention.
Oh.
We'd like to have it on the exit side of the fence closest to self-checkout. However, that does present a bottleneck in some locations, and so we make some considerations depending upon the specific location.
As far as security around those lockers, I'm assuming like physical securities or cameras are in place.
So there's a dedicated security camera pointed directly at the locker. The locker is affixed, bolted to the floor, and there is no access to the locker units without loading privileges or the pharmacy key.
You may have mentioned this already, or it may be in here and I just missed it. I saw that there were no refrigerator prescriptions, but, it says no controlled substances. I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify that.
So is the final goal for this to reduce the hours of the pharmacy even more? Would people have an opportunity, or just for convenience when it's closed right now? Or maybe providing these lockers with medications from Centrofield?
The trend is certainly not to reduce the hours of the pharmacy. Across the board, the trend we're seeing is actually to bring more locations to the 8:30 hours. The goal is to provide a convenience factor. We don't have drive-through, and so having that quick in and out into our warehouses opens us up to a greater population.
Thank you for the clarification.
I think we've touched on some points with regards to the request of whether or not we can approve this. Do we need to go into executive session? I make a motion to go into executive session to seek legal counsel.
Can we take it up during lunch, executive session over lunch, and just add this to the executive session? Yeah.
That's fine with me.
All right, so there's a motion to take up this topic in executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. So later on today, we'll go into executive session and seek advice from our legal counsel. We'll render a decision after that. You're welcome to wait around, or you can follow up as well. It'll be later.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So my intent with the agenda is to now go to agenda item 12, Recovering Professionals Program, which is a closed session. Following that, I would be interested in going into executive session and a break for lunch. So if that is good with the group. All right. So I'll take a motion to go into closed session.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Got them
No,
all. Motion and a
Everly made a
second.
motion, I seconded it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
And open,
Checking,
all the
testing.
things. As usual, no decisions or motions were made within executive session. But I will entertain any motions right now. Or discussion.
Yes, I can, Madam Chair, I can provide discussion on agenda item 11G, provided that all other statutes and regs, both state and federal, are followed to protect patient safety and in consideration of the testimony given this morning and in consideration of previous board guidance or preferences, we see no violation for the FastLane kiosks, and nor does it present any patient risks, in our opinion.
All right, thank you for putting that on the record. All right, it's not a motion. He just said it on the record. All right, are we ready to go to item 13? Educating licensees about standard of care. Okay. I will take chair privilege and go to item 16, public comment. If there are any esteemed members of the National Association Boards of Pharmacy that are sitting in the room that would like to introduce themselves to our board, I would welcome that during this public comment period. Yeah, just so it can be picked up by the microphone. Yeah. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us?
Okay.
Now we can, yep.
Awesome. So Brad Hamilton, immediate past president of NEBP, current chair of NEBP, also a longtime board of pharmacy member, a little bit north of here in the state of Maine, and started a new job in the fall. But I was telling Schuler, one of my things through my progression at NEBP was trying to visit and attend and watch as many Board of Pharmacy meetings, and would just like to, acknowledge, the work that staff does each and every day, as well as the board. The amount of work that goes into the preparation for your meetings, the thoughtful discussion, and each and every day, that desire and will to continue to protect, the public and your citizens here in your state. So a huge debt of gratitude to each and every one of you for all that you do above and beyond your day job, so to speak. And unfortunately, I have an anniversary tomorrow, or fortunately, I have an anniversary tomorrow. So I won't be able to attend day 2, but I'm pleased to see a dear peer, Neil Watson, here with a few agenda items tomorrow, and certainly wish you a wonderful day 2 of your meeting. So thank you very much for all the hospitality and a little bit of sunshine, which we haven't seen in Maine in a bit. So thanks for that. Thanks for all you do.
And do you mind giving us just a brief update on the Innovation Center and kind of your work involved in that? Because I know you were pretty instrumental in that as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. So it started a few years ago, honestly, at different meetings, and this desire to need data, right? We're pharmacists, we're scientists, clinicians by trade, and there's always these anecdotals that would happen inevitably at a meeting. And I always wondered, how don't we have that, or why don't we know X, Y, or Z, whatever it was? So with good collaboration through NEBP staff and a dear colleague of mine, an immediate past NEBP president, Jeff Mazzaros from the Florida Board of Pharmacy, both of us had an opportunity to collaborate, stand up the Research and Innovation Institute, make sure that there was a desire, and my efforts was to try to operationalize it as much as possible. And what we found through surveying, the state execs, nearly all 50 responded, but of those responses, 100% of them, asked for the need and desire to further explore this idea of technology and the impasse that it has, with regulatory bodies. So, it's a safe space for regulators, industry, educators, researchers to all try to come together and to analyze whether it's different pilot programs of technology, successes, and other things that might have happened. So that's been the last 2 years of NEBP initiatives, and the standard of care is the third one, which is current President Nikki Chopsky. And huge shout out to Schuler for becoming the new District 3 representative on the committee, and a well-deserved thanks and appreciation to Ms. Tracy in the back, who served us well all our time there. So.
Thank you. I have one more question for you while you're in the hot seat. As a fellow Swiftie, what do you think about Taylor Swift's new song, I Knew It, I Knew You?
Oh my gosh. It's kind of like the day after the Super Bowl, there should be like a national holiday where it doesn't happen. I swear that's what it is with Taylor Swift. Like constant, like, did she get married this weekend? Like, oh my gosh, she's in a yellow dress. I'm gonna die, right? But how about her on the Knicks, right? Yeah. Like courtside going crazy, and yeah, Stevie Nicks. I mean, come on. So yeah, huge Swiftie. For Mary Douglas is throwing back. My daughter, I have a sophomore in college, and she is the reason why I love Taylor Swift so much. And huge shout out to her. And staff surprised me with an award at annual and had a little Swiftie background music for my walk up on stage. So very good callback, Mary Douglas. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much for your time and for being here today.
You all so much. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right. That will take us to item 13, educating licensees about standard of care. Dr. Jennifer Adams is here on the line with us. Hi, Dr. Adams.
Hi there. Thanks for having me today. Can you guys hear me, see me, all the things?
Everybody good on the side? Yep, we are all good. Thank you.
Awesome. So, little known fact, I'm also married to a Swiftie, and I have a miniature Swiftie that is 7.5 as well. So lots of Swiftie fun at our house as well. So I do have a handful of slides that I've prepared to share with you guys about standard of care. And so hopefully it will work for me to be able to share my slides. So let's see how well it works. So can you guys see?
We sure can. Thank you. And okay. I apologize. I do not have an introduction crafted for you. If you don't mind kind of taking over your own introduction, that would be wonderful.
Oh, sure.
We did just lose the slides. Sorry. We can see your background, though.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Try it one more time.
Going into presenter mode or something.
Yeah. Hang on one sec. Let me see. There we go. I think that should work.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. So as a little bit of a background for those of you who I have not met, my name is Jen Adams. I'm the Associate Dean for Academic Programs at Idaho State University and a full professor there. And most of my work on the faculty side of my role, because I'm a 50-50 administrator, faculty member, most of the work on my faculty side has been related to really pharmacy law. I teach pharmacy law, and so I've done a lot of work in the regulatory space. In fact, we've just completed a 50-state analysis using a rubric that we developed to evaluate states and how they regulate both personnel and facilities. So lots of super nerdy regulatory stuff that is 100% my jam. A lot of policy stuff, advocacy, all of those things. So yeah, that's why I'm here, because I teach standard of care to our students at Idaho State. For both Idaho and Alaska, we train Idaho's and Alaska's pharmacists. And so I've worked with both states as they have transitioned to standard of care regulatory models, and served on a couple of different task forces and things like that with both state boards. In fact, in Alaska, we're just wrapping up a project reviewing all of their regulations to remove any unnecessary regulations now that they've adopted standard of care. So pretty fun and exciting there. I don't have any relevant financial relationships to disclose. I think it's just important to let you guys know that, even though you're not getting continuing education for this little educational session, but I do think it's important to know that I don't have anything that is a conflict of interest with the presentation. So first, I'm going to define standard of care and bright line regulation. Then I'm going to talk about how that impacts scope of practice. I'll touch a little bit on the continuum of pharmacist prescriptive authority, but I'm also going to cover how standard of care relates to facilities and facility regulation for you guys as well. So bright line regulation is something that boards of pharmacy are super comfortable with. It's very objective, it's very bright line, very black and white, and easy to interpret. So it's easy to know, did this licensee follow the law or did they not? So boards of pharmacy like Brightline because it's easy to administer, it's easy to prosecute cases that may come up with some of your licensees or registrants. And it's board attorneys also really like it just because of how objective it is. I've also learned that defense attorneys like bright line regulation as well because they feel like it's easier for them to defend their client in those sorts of situations. So we've all seen Law and Order. So Miranda warnings when a criminal is arrested or a potential criminal is arrested, they have to be read their rights. And those rights have to be read in a very specific set of words, specific order, exactly perfectly. So that particular person as they're being arrested fully understands their rights, right? So that's a perfect example in criminal law of bright line regulation. And we've all seen on Law and Order where there's somebody who something happens and it doesn't get read exactly right, and then that person gets off on that. They call it a technicality, but that technicality really is bright line regulation. It's very specific and very clear. I've also included an example here from Idaho. It's a little bit older. We actually don't have this regulation anymore, but we did have a regulation that was super clear. If you are a pharmacist, you have to have continuing education and you have to have this many hours within this specific set time frame. So that's a perfect example. Another example that does still exist in Idaho of some bright line regulation is this is when you have to renew your license. Like this is when your license will expire. This is how often you have to renew it. All of those pieces. So there's absolutely a place for bright line regulation, but there's also a place for adopting a standard of care regulatory model. So in contrast, in a standard of care model, it's often administered differently in that you are comparing either the services or the practices or the way that your facility is managed to the way that another reasonable or prudent licensee would provide the same services, care, or administer their facility. And typically, we often think about it in medicine and in nursing, as this is the regulatory model that has been used by physicians and nurses since the beginning of physicians and nurses being regulated as a profession. The example that I use in my pharmacy law class with my students is I take them on a little bit of a journey with a story about a surgeon. So I'd like you guys to imagine a surgeon who's in the operating room, operating on a patient. And as she gets to the end of the surgery, she closes the patient and fails to remove all of the sponges before she closes the patient. So in this scenario, what happens next? Well, there's harm to the patient. There's likely infection, potentially another surgery to go back in and remove those sponges to remove the source of the infection. And what recourse does that patient have? Well, typically everybody, raises their hand in my class and they're like, well, they can sue the surgeon. And that's absolutely true. That's civil liability that every healthcare provider has when we're providing care, and we have that duty of care to a patient. And in that situation, you absolutely could get sued for, financial recourse by the patient. The other possible scenario is that the patient could refer that surgeon to the Board of Medicine. And so then I typically ask my students, so do you guys think that the Board of Medicine says, hang on, let me go look in the law book and see, let me find that regulation that says the surgeon must remove the sponges before they close the patient? And typically when I ask that question, there's always one or two students in the room that kind of snickers, like, that seems kind of crazy. And so when I ask the students, why does that seem crazy in medicine, but it doesn't seem crazy in pharmacy? And they're like, well, there'd be so many rules and regulations that you'd have to follow, like every practice setting, every type of physician, every type of care out there. Imagine how big the law book might get, right? Like, how many different regulations would we need to have if we were going to regulate every little thing that was in care that was provided by a physician? And so in thinking about that, I have them backtrack then and say, okay, well then how come in pharmacy we're comfortable saying, if you're going to administer a vaccine, you must have 12 hours of ACPE accredited training. These are the things that you have to have in your emergency kit. We're going to require by law that you provide a vaccine information statement, even though that's already required by the CDC. And we're going to go into full detail of exactly how somebody's going to administer a vaccine. But a physician, on the other hand, there's not really going to be any regulation about how they would administer a vaccine. And so typically that's sort of how we start the conversation when we talk about standard of care. So in thinking back with this case with the surgeon, what would that look like? So if they got referred to the Board of Medicine, what would sort of the next steps be? Well, excuse me, typically the Board of Medicine is going to look to see, have we had any other reports about this particular surgeon? They're going to have a conversation and see, is this an issue that's been happening repeatedly with this particular surgeon? And they're going to do an investigation. And then if they investigate and they find this is a major issue, they're then going to bring that surgeon in front of the Board of Medicine. And in prosecuting that case, they're going to bring what are called peer experts. And I usually say experts in quotes because really it's not an expert. It's somebody with the same education, training, and experience who practices in the same practice setting as that particular physician and provides the same type of care. So in this case, a surgeon practicing in a similar size hospital in a similar size community. And they're going to bring those folks in to say that this person was providing care that was outside the standard. And that's how they're going to prosecute that case. So in a regulatory model that is based on the standard of care, you're really looking to have broad guardrails for how people provide care. One example for that in Idaho, and we'll talk a little bit about it, is we have some general prescribing requirements that apply to any pharmacist prescribing. And it's sort of these broad guardrails. But it's not anything that is specific to prescribing this medication or that medication or this class of medications or this category. So in a standard of care model, you can better adapt when there are new clinical guidelines. I like to tease my friends from Oregon. They have 16 pages of law on how to prescribe hormonal contraceptives that had to be updated when we had a hormonal contraceptive that went over the counter. So when there are things like that that happen in a standard of care regulatory model, your regulation or your statutes even can be a little bit more timeless, and they aren't going to have to be continually updated based on new clinical guidelines or new technology that comes into play. I'm certain as a board, you guys have had companies come before you to say, hey, we have this new technology that we would like to implement in your state. And they're asking for a waiver of your laws to be able to implement that new technology because there may be potentially some regulation that is restricting them from being able to use that new technology. So using that surgeon example, in the case of the surgeon, maybe there's a point where we no longer use sponges in surgery. And if there were a regulation that said the surgeon must remove the sponges before they close the patient, we would then have to go back and change that regulation to accommodate for the new technology. I've included an example here for standard of care in Idaho. In our statute, it includes in the section for discipline for licensees, it includes a section about standard of care, and this is important. We'll talk about what it takes to have a standard of care model. But in this case, we do have in the discipline section that says that if you have acts or omissions within the practice of pharmacy which fail to meet the standard provided by other qualified licensees or registrants in the same or similar setting, that you have potentially violated the law and the Board of Pharmacy can discipline you. So that's an example there of standard of care. So to have this model in place, first you have to define it somewhere and say what is standard of care. And the typical definition that has been accepted across a number of states now is care that would be provided in a similar setting by a reasonable and prudent licensee or registrant with similar education, training, and experience. And then you have to include that piece in your discipline, like that previous example I've given you, and then allow for delegation to those under your supervision based on standard of care. So nothing should be delegated to anybody under your supervision unless it is consistent with their education, training, and experience. So as it relates to the model, it also has implications for scope of practice, because there is potential that your scope of practice may change in a standard of care model, and we'll talk about what that looks like. So scope of practice is what you tell the licensees that you have in your state that they can do because they have a license. So you have a pharmacist license, so this is what you may do with your license. So let's compare that to clinical ability. So it's what you've said that they may do with their license. It's determined typically by the political process, and it definitely has differences based on geography across the United States. It is a one-size-fits-all. Everybody with that license can do anything that is allowed under that license. And it tends to be pretty static unless you change the law. Now, your clinical ability, on the other hand, is your true competence and ability as a healthcare professional. And that's determined by your education, training, experience, and your practice environment. And it's individualistic. I bet if you look around the room, each of you can identify that you have slightly different clinical ability depending on your practice setting, depending on your years of experience, depending on how long it's been since you practiced. In my case, it's been a couple of years. So my clinical ability used to be better than it is today. So it's definitely dynamic, and it's something that can change over time. It can be better or it can get worse. And this is the difference between what the state says you may do with your license and what your practitioners actually can do. And I would argue that in most states, based on my work, there's a gap there between what the state says you may do and what pharmacists in particular actually can do based on their education, training, and experience. So I'm going to give you an example that has a few different practitioners and show you what this looks like in a Brightline model, and then also what it looks like in a standard of care model. So you have your minimum entry barrier, which is the NAPLEX. This is what you have to do to be able to come into practice and to get your license. And now we've got these three different practitioners all with varying levels of clinical ability. I do not know what's happening with my PowerPoint slides, that they just keep stopping. So we've got our 3 different levels of ability. And then we have that top of your license. So this is your scope of practice. This is what you can do with your license. And these folks are practicing at the top of their license. So practitioner A is practicing at the top of their license, and that matches their clinical ability. So when they come in to work every day, they're feeling good. They're like, I'm using all my skills, I'm using all my education and training, and I'm practicing at the top of my license. Practitioner B, on the other hand, is probably a little bit dissatisfied with their role. They're thinking, why did I go to school for all that time, get all this education and all this training, if I can't really use all that I have? And then practitioner C is what I call the danger zone. This person's clinical ability is less than what their license allows. And so that gap there between the top of practitioner C's clinical ability and the top of their license, that's what every board of pharmacy is relying on Brightline regulation to try to prevent. If I'm going to allow this in this scope of practice, I've got to prevent this person from potentially harming someone because their clinical ability maybe does not match this. And we know that not every licensee has the same clinical ability. So in a standard of care model that hasn't fully been implemented, and we'll talk about what that implementation looks like. Alaska, I mentioned, I've been working with them on a task force. They're in the process of fully implementing standard of care, but they haven't fully done it yet. So in that model, it makes the top of your license the top of your clinical ability, and then also maintains those restrictions based on scope of practice. So that scope of practice between these 2 charts did not change. It was exactly the same for each one. So this means practitioner A is still doing what they've been doing, but practitioner C cannot provide care outside their ability. Now, practitioner B, though, on the other hand, is still feeling a little bit frustrated and has potential for burnout. So in a fully implemented standard of care model, all of the practitioners would be able to practice at the top of their clinical ability, and the top of their license is consistent with their clinical ability. So one of the things I tell my students all the time is, I want you to practice at the top of your clinical ability, and I don't want you to have to practice where your license restricts you from being able to practice at the top of your clinical ability. So I tell them all the time, I never want to hear you say, I want to practice at the top of my license, unless you're practicing in a state that has standard of care that's been fully implemented and you can use all of the ability that you have as a pharmacist. So I mentioned implementation. There's a couple of steps. So adopting a broad definition of the practice of pharmacy is really important because that will help define your scope of practice. And it allows for elasticity and a scope of practice advancement over time. And then you have to decide, what are the instances that need prescriptive regulation? And I'm going to give you guys an example of where Alaska went one route that was much less prescriptive than what Idaho did. I know everybody thinks Idaho is like the Wild West, but I'm going to give you a couple of different examples there. And then, as I mentioned, Alaska has been working on eliminating what they feel like are unnecessary regulations because standard of care covers those. And then you have to think about accountability mechanisms and oversight. So I mentioned earlier, Idaho has general prescribing guidelines. And in those general prescribing guidelines, regardless of what you're prescribing, you still have to have the appropriate education and training. You still have to document. You still have to have a patient-prescriber relationship. So there's all these different components, but they're broad, and they provide that oversight as guardrails rather than specific regulations. So this is the general approach to the practice of pharmacy for Idaho. Where it's actually defined and the delegation piece is there. And then it's in the discipline section that you saw earlier where they mark off those 3 boxes of having the model there. So they have a letter at from the Board of Pharmacy that says when you're determining if something is allowed in or into the state, or if it can be delegated to someone under your supervision, you have to determine, is it expressly prohibited? There are still laws that say only a pharmacist can do this. These are pharmacist-only duties. Is it appropriate for the licensee's education, training, and experience? And does it fall within the accepted standard of care? So those are the specifics there as it relates to the practice environment and patient care services. But standard of care is not just for patient care, but it's also for facilities too. So similar philosophy can be applied to how you regulate facilities. So for example, how many different types of facility licensure types do you have? Are there specific restrictions in one place or the other based on license type? In my experience now, having reviewed regulations for all 50 states, most regulations that are the most restrictive are focused only on community pharmacy practice. If there are institutional level restrictions, they're pretty limited. But most of our focus as boards across the country is on limiting those facilities that are providing community-based care. And I think that's an important thing to consider as you think about what you want to do moving forward. How do you regulate telepharmacy or remote services, for example? Do you have centralized services and allow for some of those things? Do you have requirements for specific pieces of equipment? When you think about innovation, standard of care supports innovation and supports the ability to have things like mobile pharmacies. If you have specific space allocation or specific equipment requirements, that might prohibit a mobile pharmacy from providing services. And then the other area that I've seen a fair amount with standard of care is compounding. So in Alaska, that was actually the first place that they began with their task force in modifying the regulations. So they went in and previously in their regulation, they had this good compounding practices statement and document that had been there since 2008, which obviously is a little bit out of date at this point. And so because it's out of date, they were like, oh, we just really need to update this section. And so what they ultimately did, it's not officially in their law book yet. And if you guys want the specific language, I can get it for you because it's working its way through their regulatory promulgation process. But what they've said is that you need to follow the appropriate compounding standards and follow the standard of care as it relates to compounding. Idaho, on the other hand, did it a little bit different. They do have some specific language that says these are things that are not compounding, like flavoring agents and things like that. And then they said policies and procedures for compounding or serial prepackaging of drug products shall ensure the safety, identity, strength, quality, and purity of the finished product. To meet this standard, licensees and registrants will take into consideration the applicable provisions of USP Chapter 795 and 797 and USP non-formulary chapters 1075 and 1160. So a little bit more detail, but still fairly broad and encouraging licensees to consider different components. I think I'm going to maybe just in the essence of time skip over things about the prescriptive authority. But I do want to also draw your attention to who I consider to be kind of the godfather of full practice authority for pharmacists, Dr. Ross Suyuki out of the University of Alberta. He has defined full scope pharmacist services to include all proactive and comprehensive interventions that prevent or manage illness and are within an individual's competency to perform independently. Alberta, Canada, in case you don't know, was the first jurisdiction in the world to allow full practice authority for pharmacists. They've had it for almost 15 years now in Canada, which Alberta is just north of Idaho, so we had to learn from our Canadian colleagues to get there. But pharmacist full practice authority, so thinking about the full implementation of the standard of care model, you would ultimately end up allowing unrestricted ability to diagnose, to prescribe, to order, interpret, and administer laboratory tests and imaging, administer drugs and devices, adapt prescriptions, and continue therapy. And adapting prescriptions could also include therapeutic substitution, dosage change, formulation changes, those types of things. And then continuation of therapy would be helping that patient who can't get in to see their provider for another 6 months by continuing their therapy without burdening the rest of the healthcare team with that continuation of therapy. So I know there are some folks who maybe are imagining and thinking like, wow, are we trying to be physicians in this? And ultimately, no, because our education, training, and experience does not teach us a full diagnostic differential. We don't develop that level of diagnostic skills in our PharmD education, but we do develop some. We do develop enough to be able to triage a patient and refer them to more appropriate care or to take care of them right then and there with a point of care test, like a rapid flu test or a rapid strep test. So just to give a little bit more context there. And then also to give you some context as well as to where other states are. Idaho, Alaska, and Iowa have all implemented all 3 of those checks for having the standard of care regulatory model. I give Iowa tons of props because they achieved full practice authority and standard of care at the exact same time, which I think is phenomenal and amazing. Idaho, we did standard of care first and then slowly advanced our practice authority. Alaska has followed a similar model, adopting standard of care and then slowly advancing the practice authority. And then we have a handful of other states that have 1 or 2 of the 3 things necessary. So you have Washington, New Mexico, and Vermont. I'm also told that New Hampshire is very close as well to being sort of that 3rd least blue color where they have standard of care for prescribing authority. And that's one that just came in the last couple of days, so I haven't updated my map yet. But we have California, Montana, Colorado, North Dakota, Kansas, and Tennessee that all have standard of care that's specific just to prescribing authority and not the full model. So with that, I have a bunch of references and I'm happy to email and send you guys these slides so that you have access to the references. But I know I've gone over a little bit in time. Do we still have time for questions?
We do. Thank you. And thank you for that presentation. I will open it to board members for questions.
I was going to request for Dr. Adams, if you could email us the slides and references, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Yes, I'd be happy. I'll work with Casey and the team that I've been corresponding with, and I'll let her get those out to you guys.
Dr. Adams, my question is, there seems to be some confusion or conflation between inspections and enforcement of standard of care and communicating that to licensees. Can you speak to that in both Idaho and Alaska and what the process was for that?
Yeah, so in terms of inspections, it was definitely a learning curve. And it's one of those things that has evolved over time. I think the person that is probably the biggest expert on that in Idaho is Nikki Jopsky. And she could provide you with a lot more detail. But the way that that worked and the way that that evolved, because at the time that Idaho put standard of care into place, they also did a rule rewrite. And so a ton of regulation that had been there was removed. So similar to the process that Alaska is going through right now. And almost everything that was on the inspection form that the inspectors had used was no longer there. So previously they'd been looking at the types of doors that you had on your pharmacy. They'd been looking at the types of hinges, how big your counter was. They were testing how hot and cold the water was. And so it was very much a mental shift for those inspectors. And now they have transitioned to a different process. They've also transitioned to a different model within the state. The pharmacy inspectors are also working with all of the health professions and doing inspections and investigations across all of the different health professions. But what they're looking at is more information about what are the types of services that you're providing in the pharmacy. So they're asking questions and gathering information from the facility and from the licensees that are there to find out what they're doing. And then they're doing an assessment. Do you have the appropriate space? Do you have appropriate security? Do you have the things that you need as it relates to the facility in terms of equipment? Are things relatively clean? And is it easy to, you walk into the pharmacy and you can see that with the things that they're doing, whether it's compounding or just dispensing, that they have the appropriate space to be able to do that. If they're providing specific patient care services, do they have a private space to be able to provide those services? So really not necessarily having a checklist that they have to go through, but more so asking questions, figuring out what is this pharmacy doing and what does it make sense for me to do as it relates to the inspection. Because it's not going to make sense for them to be checking for something that a pharmacy is not doing, for example. Does that help answer your question?
I think it does. I think there's just, again, some conflation between maybe hesitation from licensees to transition from the bright line rules and what that would look like as far as enforcement from an inspection standpoint. But do you have any examples of enforcement from Idaho where the standard of care is now working in a disciplinary action versus an inspection referral?
Yeah, so there's only been one case since 2018 that has come before the Idaho board. And that particular case was based on services that the pharmacist was providing. So what had happened was the patient came in, had flu symptoms. The pharmacist did not administer a rapid flu test. They didn't get a full health history on the patient, and then they just prescribed Tamiflu for that patient without gathering the appropriate information. They were referred to the Board of Pharmacy by another pharmacist, not by a patient or anybody else, not because there was harm, but were referred by another pharmacist and saying this person was providing care outside the standard. And ultimately that was managed with a corrective action plan for that pharmacist by the Board of Pharmacy. So there hasn't necessarily been anything based on like an inspection that they've gone in and said like, oh, this violates the standard of care. We need to modify and change this. Not to say that there haven't been any dispensing errors or other types of things that have come to the board in that time frame. There absolutely have. But as it relates to like the standard of care model and the way that they do inspections now, there have not been a ton of cases that have been brought before the board as it relates to that. And I think what you're hearing from your licensees is they like bright line regulation. I'm a pharmacist too, right? Like I like it to be very black and white. I want someone to tell me exactly how to do it, and I will follow the instructions and do everything to a T and make it perfect, exactly as is prescribed, right? And I think that's part of how we've been trained because we've been under this bright line model for such a long time. And so my recommendation when you're hearing that, because we definitely heard that in Idaho, they've heard that in Alaska as well. Some licensees are super excited and raring to go and ready to be innovative and provide different services and do different things. And then others are like, whoa, this is not going to work. And so what I typically recommend is I call it the trifecta. When you work together with your state associations, your pharmacy schools and the board, and you work to do a lot of education so that, one, people understand what is this regulatory model that I'm practicing under? What does it mean for me? What does it mean for me in terms of my own personal liability and my civil liability? Because the more services you provide, the more liability you take on. And then also, what does it mean in terms of my education and training? Do I have enough? What does it mean when I'm going to have an inspection? So you, as a board, could work to help with your state associations in providing some of that education. Iowa, I think, has done a phenomenal job as it relates to this. They're actually hosting now what they're calling standard of care symposiums. They've had one every year. It's typically January, February timeframe in Des Moines, Iowa, which I know might be not very a fun time to go to Des Moines, Iowa, especially if you live in South Carolina. But I highly recommend their standard of care symposium. Their board presents every year and talks. This last February, they did a great job helping all of the folks from the pharmacy community understand what their inspections are going to look like moving forward, and what are the things that they're going to be looking for, and trying to help calm some of those fears. So absolutely work together with your universities and your state associations, because there will be some education that's needed if you decide to transition to this model.
Other questions?
Just to kind of piggyback off of what Carolyn was just asking with regards to the inspections, you said in Idaho it was 2018 when you implemented standard of care, was that correct?
Yeah.
How long after that?
We did not.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, we didn't get to full practice authority, though, until 2023.
So has it been since about 2023 that y'all have been kind of doing inspections under the standard of care model, or?
No, they began a transition really in 2019. After everything went fully into effect, they started working with the inspectors at the board and transitioning. They were like, we got to scrap this whole form. And some of it was really just them working through and saying, okay, this doesn't work with how the regulations currently exist. So what would work? And then figuring it out as they went. So like I said, Nikki would be great because she was there during that time frame, working through that transition to updating all their forms and updating all their processes at the board level. And then Orrin Duffin, who works with Nikki, is also now overseeing all of the inspections. So he'd be another great person. I think you guys have connected with Orrin Duffin along the way as well.
Yeah, I think that's where I kind of get stuck a little bit, because pharmacy is somewhat unique in the fact that we're not just permitting the personnel, it's also like the facilities and ensuring that they're, I guess, a standard of care as well. And when you go to a standard of care model, it's more focused on practices, not necessarily the facility type. So I just was curious how that played into the inspections that y'all do now.
Yeah, I think Orrin would be the best person to answer like the full details. I have sort of this general picture that I know that the way that they're working through it is they ultimately scrapped their whole initial form. And it involves asking questions at the pharmacy, gaining more information about the services that they're providing, the things that they're doing, to make sure that the facility is consistent with the care and with the dispensing and the types of activities that are happening, as opposed to having specific regulations to say that this is what the facility has to look like. Right now, the law says that you have to have appropriate staffing, you have to have appropriate space, and that you have to have appropriate security, but it doesn't give any specifics on what that looks like. And so that's a pretty significant mind shift for inspectors who are very used to going in and checking boxes. And definitely a different process and definitely a different interaction when they go to inspect at the pharmacy.
Kind of changing gears here a little bit, you were talking about how the advancing the practice authority kind of came a little bit after the standard of care adoption. Did y'all take into consideration like the curriculums at the College of Pharmacies with regards to like advancing that, like what pharmacists are able to do to make sure that the education is aligning with that? Or were y'all changing the practice scope to align with the education?
We were more so the latter, changing the practice scope to align with what the education already is. And in fact, we've also just really begun in pharmacy education to embrace. For those of you guys who don't know, I oversee the curriculum at Idaho State as well. So I have that aspect. But in terms of the practice that our preceptors are providing, but also in terms of the education we're providing, we've just really embraced using the right words. We've been saying advanced assessment since I was in pharmacy school more than 20 years ago, when really we were teaching diagnostic criteria and teaching what are the possible things that this set of symptoms could be, which is a differential diagnosis. And so we've just really embraced using the appropriate terminology and calling things what they are. And the accreditation standards now, as of 2025, also include diagnosis as must-teach topics, especially because there's so many states that are now allowing test and treat or diagnose and treat, depending on what state you're in, what they call it. But allowing a pharmacist to administer a test, it gets an outcome that says, this is the diagnosis for this patient, and then you treat them there in the pharmacy. So there's varying levels of diagnostic skills that are happening, but it is included as a what we call a must-teach topic. There's a list in the accreditation standards of these are all the things that have to be taught in PharmD education. Also in 2025, the Joint Commission on the Pharmacy Practitioner updated the pharmacist patient care process. That's the wheel that you guys have seen with collect, assess, plan, implement, monitor that goes around. And that pharmacist patient care process nationally has been updated to include diagnosis and prescribing independently as well.
Any final questions for Dr. Adams? All right, hearing none, thank you so much for your time today. I know you have a packed schedule. Can she hear me okay? Her AirPods might have died. Can you hear us? Well, this is just to thank her for her time and her expertise. Maybe, Casey, we can put that in the chat. And we can follow up with her with any requests for more information or guidance. All right, thank you. If we can shift back to, no speaker needed for that, right? If we could shift back to live stream. Oh, sorry, I guess just whatever setting it needs to be on. All right. It is 2:48. If it pleases the board, I'd be interested in going to 15 Old Business A, compounding regulations. I see some panel members here. I'd like to invite them to come up to the front if they'd like, so they can be at a microphone as well. All right, so we've got some logistic handouts. So as I said in my opening remarks, it is my intent to start looking at sterile compounding, looking at our timeline when things are due. I think we are getting close to that time and need to chip away. That being said, I am happy for board members to take the lead of any kind of draft language or sections that you want to look at even beyond sterile compounding. I'm going to hand it to Dr. Shealy to explain what we just got passed out.
Madam Chairwoman, so what I just distributed, I received this morning from one of the panelists who couldn't come, but comments, feedback that I received this morning and I didn't upload into the board book. I'd already printed. And so that's what you have here. This is from Dr. Ziegler, also a couple of other panelists who are not able to attend today based on other factors, but we do have some here. So the paper that you have are feedback from a panelist.
Thank you. And we do have some in our board book. If we look at our current version, I believe at our last meeting we talked about K, registered and state certified pharmacy technicians, though I don't know that we finished any changed language on there.
In regards to K, I think if my memory serves me correct, we needed to, one, I think to discuss our intention was not to license technicians. That's never been something that we do. And we didn't intend to.
Wait, what did you just say?
Out of state.
Out of state.
Is what-
Thank you. Yeah. We do still intend to
Yes,
license
in-state,
technicians in
100%.
South Carolina.
Words do matter, Schuler. Here we go. So in terms of out-of-state non-resident, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, we've never intended to license technicians because that should be the home state. Oh, gosh.
That's actually specifically addressed, I think, in the Practice Act. We cannot require non-resident facilities other than PICs to have South Carolina license if they're not involved in the shipment to South Carolina. But we cannot require registered technicians to have a South Carolina license if they're not practicing in South Carolina.
Nor was it.
There's a necessity for some cleanup there.
Yes, clean up there in terms of technicians, and then also decision in regards to, do we want to license, and it goes back to an old argument, do we want to license anyone in terms of, are we interfering with interstate practice by licensing somebody or the pharmacist in that practice, the PIC, we've done that before, or can we get the appropriate teeth as a board just going after the permit? And so I actually think the latter, and if we're not going to use some type of a verified system, that I think the permit is sufficient. So I would be open if Joe has something in terms of technicians, what would he think through in regards to?
So I have reached out to other boards and other technicians that are serving on their boards as far as the requirements or, competencies that are needed for technicians. And everything is surrounded by training on a facility. So whatever that technician is going to be doing, whether it be compounding, filling, counting by fives, it is all based off what the training is received at that facility. So in the beginning part of K, where it says pharmacy technicians and pharmacy interns, all the way down to the part where then it gets, I was going to see if it's the board's pleasure. Is there any appetite to maybe split that to where it is for in-state versus out-of-state, or do we want to just include it all in one? opinion on there. I'm okay with leaving it at pharmacy technicians and interns, externs have demonstrated the competency as required by Section J. I'm okay with going all the way to right there. After that part, I know there's like a little bit of confusion, maybe some cleanup as like who can supervise, whether they're in-state or out-of-state. Main focus just being on education and competency training.
Do you have a recommendation?
I don't, because I am not sufficiently confident in like my understanding of like the non-registered, like out-of-state facilities and stuff. Because like to piggyback off like what Schuler was saying when he made his opening statement about having teeth, whether how we can address any disciplinary actions or anything that, you know, comes across the board, that if we have a licensed pharmacist in a non-resident facility, what is it that we can do? I think going after the permit versus an individual pharmacist would be more beneficial for patient safety.
So maybe I ask a dumb and obvious question. Is K needed anymore then? Is it duplicative of J? If we fix J in terms of personnel engaged in compounding or assisting in compounding, and we fix that to define, you know, take some of the panel's input and input from the public, and whether or not we keep all of J a part of J, what does K then serve?
I would say the information after the first comma. So I would agree that the first part of the sentence, pharmacy technicians and interns who have obtained training and demonstrated competency as required in J, that's duplicative and probably could be removed. But
Or could
should they compound under the direct in-person supervision? I think we need to decide on that, and that may be what K addresses. Then, of course, the licensure of the pharmacist and then the permit of the facility, I would say, are the other key points in that sentence. So,
Just for consideration with that, we obviously just had the 503B reg go live, and it does require a South Carolina licensed PI.
correct.
With a grace period, so if that's the way we want to
Right.
go, then we can make them
Just
line
from
up.
the
If not, we can introduce
perspective of
change.
fairness or
Would point to 43, 30, 46, a pharmacist in charge. Pharmacist in charge, so it's number 46 under the definitions. It does imply that the pharmacist in charge must be licensed in this state. So I interpret that to mean all PICs.
May not be able to answer or say on the record at this moment. All right.
Just to keep it moving, so if we're going to
Thank you.
strike the first part, are we starting with, let's see,
We could say pharmacy personnel, compound.
approved pharmacy personnel may compound under direct in-person supervision of, if we're going to do a South Carolina licensed pharmacist or a licensed pharmacist in good standing, who meets the requirements of Section J, do we need that? No, that's duplicative as well.
Clarifying question there too. If we change that to pharmacy personnel, are you then saying in South Carolina, someone who works in the pharmacy as a clerk who isn't registered with the board can now compound per this?
Well,
Because I would imagine that's not what.
Duplicative, it defines who can compound.
Well, I was going to say, we can move that first section of K up into J, where you say personnel engaged in compounding. I know it might be a little bit duplicative, but we can specify pharmacy technicians, interns, externs in that first sentence of J.
Okay.
Here in South Carolina.
Right, I think we would have to clean up J a little bit as well.
I apologize. That was the premise that I was working on. My bad. So if we were to clean up, I think I said if we were to clean up J and fix that in terms to be the training competency portion, then how could we clean up K? Because K seems to be the most heartburn in terms of making sure that we correct that all non-resident technicians are not required to be licensed. Not all pharmacists, non-resident pharmacists are not required to be licensed, but only the PIC is what I'm hearing, correct?
So we can only require the PIC to be licensed in South Carolina, is my interpretation of the Practice Act. I'm fairly certain there's language that prohibits other pharmacists who are not practicing in South Carolina, and I imagine techs as well, to be licensed in South Carolina.
All right, so
Supportive of just, we don't even have to mention it here because it would be fulfilled in another area. Okay.
and that would be, for my own clarification, because it's in here, and I think I made it last time, just a recommendation. But if we were to use a program like NABP Verified, that would still, because it's cheaper than renewing a South Carolina license every single year with a subscription, would, in your opinion, that still meet the requirement of 4043, whatever?
No. Because the statute says they must be licensed in this state.
All right, so we can scratch maybe verify on that one.
And Carolyn, do we have language anywhere else that specifies qualifications for a person that active compounding can be delegated to, or this would be the only place that this still would, we would need language for that?
I think it would be beneficial to have clarifying language as to the delegation of who can compound, because I think what these regulations are trying to get at is what standards or what basic requirements have for the personnel who's doing that.
But we do have language around who can participate in the profession of pharmacy and the practice of pharmacy. So
What, like, a technician license entails, like, as far as allowed to do with that license in our state?
I think it's more of detailed what they can't do, what pharmacist duties they cannot perform. I don't believe we list all activities they can do.
There's a policy.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, do we need to do what Joe said and specify, like, in state, you have to be a registered technician to perform, for compounding duties to be delegated to you, versus out of state, some people don't even, or some states don't even require you to be registered with the board as a technician.
That's a mystery. You still have to be registered whether,
I think it's certification.
yeah.
I thought there were 4 states that don't even have a technician registration. Verified that at one of our last meetings.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Shealy.
I'm just going to weigh in on some of the places within the statute. So one question that was brought up, and these are going to be out of order because I'm just taking them from where my fingers are within, but pharmacist in charge shall maintain or shall develop and implement written policies and procedures to specify the duties to be performed by pharmacy technicians. The duties and responsibilities of these personnel shall be consistent with their training experience, shall at a minimum specify that pharmacy technicians are to be personally supervised to control and who is responsible for the activities of pharmacy technicians, and that pharmacy technicians are not assigned duties that may be performed only by a licensed pharmacist. That is in 404386B, number 4, subsection B. There is a part of the statute in 404389, section N, number 2, says nothing in this chapter requires that pharmacists employed by facilities located in other states and who are not engaged in the practice of pharmacy in this state be licensed in this state. That's what Carolyn was trying to state earlier. If interpretation is if you're not actively engaged in the practice of pharmacy in the facility who might be permitted here, but you yourself are not actively doing it, that we can't require licensure of that other pharmacist is for that. There are a couple of others, but I've lost my finger, so.
Thank you for that.
So what if it was something along the lines for K, 48K? Again, considering we fixed J. Pharmacy technicians who are appropriately registered, certified, or otherwise authorized pursuant to the laws or of the jurisdiction in which the compounding activity occurs, and who have obtained the appropriate training and demonstrated competency may compound under the direct supervision of a licensed pharmacist at a facility permitted by the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. Pharmacy technicians may not compound under the supervision of any practitioner or healthcare professional other than a licensed pharmacist.
Didn't we discuss something about that one at the last meeting? That very last sentence.
That they would be promoting and participating, acting in the role of a pharmacy technician. So a prescriber or provider could delegate duties.
And to include compounding to someone who has a pharmacy technician license.
Yes, but they would just be acting as an employee of a delegate of that provider, not as a pharmacy technician, because a pharmacy technician would not be under the supervision of a pharmacist in that case. So sure, they have a technician license, but they're not acting in the role of a technician. Would it?
Not sure I'm clear on that. I think that if you are a registered technician compounding in a practitioner's office, then you would be subject to the supervision of a pharmacist.
Correct. So it says pharmacy technicians cannot be compounding under another supervisor besides a pharmacist. He's not saying anyone with a pharmacy technician license. He's saying someone acting in the role of a pharmacy technician.
I think the clarification we made, and you kind of alluded to it at the beginning, was like promoting yourself as a pharmacy tech. Like, I am a pharmacy technician compounding versus like I'm an employee of this
provider.
Maintaining a pharmacy technician license because maybe one day I want to go back and work in a hospital or something like that and don't want to let my license lapse. Otherwise, prior to that though, I really liked that language. I don't know if anybody else had any comments on the first half of that.
And in our virtual meetings, we were able to kind of see the language. Would that be too hard in this setting?
We can't share what?
To a screen. I mean, I think for us, just to make sure, if we make a vote on it, that we can see the words that we're voting on. Yeah, it would be fine by me if it's not available on the live stream, but as we are looking at it and crafting language, that we could see it. Sorry, I should have thought of that earlier this morning.
While we're getting connected, the other part to water and making it clearer as mud, 4043, it's got to be 86, I'm pretty sure. 4043, 86. There is section T that says duties that must be performed by a licensed pharmacist or pharmacy intern while within the practice of pharmacy, blah, 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 blah. Then it says a licensed pharmacist shall supervise the activities of a pharmacy technician to ensure all activities are performed completely, safely, and without risk of harm to patients. Then further in 404386 CC, which is the compounding section that was revised, number 3, which was not a revision, pharmacy technicians may assist the pharmacist in compounding. The pharmacist is responsible for training and monitoring the pharmacy technician. Pharmacy technician's duties must be consistent with the training received. The pharmacist must perform the final check of the compounded prescription to determine if the preparation is ready to dispense.
I would also piggyback on 404391F, which basically is the requirement of updating your employment notification. So it does say when a licensed pharmacist or a registered pharmacy technician within this state makes any change in employment from one permitted facility to another, he shall notify the board of the change within 10 days. So it does appear that if we're permitting that provider, there may be a requirement registered under that provider.
Sure, but we don't typically permit providers. Drug outlet.
There are exceptions to when a provider's practice would not qualify for a permit based on exemptions within the state. Staff that pharmacy technicians may not actively work as a pharmacy technician and have their registration displayed in non-permitted locations or even permitted locations if there is not a pharmacist also actively working. That's what we can, based on enforcement practice act.
I think that aligns with kind of what we're saying, is that they act as a pharmacy technician, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can't hold the registration.
Sure. All right. Schuler, would you like to read your wording again, maybe as a motion?
Do you want me to leave off the last part, Madam Chair?
It's up to you.
Okay.
It's your motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for revision to Section 48K to strike everything that's currently there, to read pharmacy technicians who are appropriately registered, certified, or otherwise authorized pursuant to the laws of the jurisdiction in which the compounding activity occurs, and who have obtained the appropriate training and demonstrated competency, may compound under the direct supervision of a licensed pharmacist at a facility permitted by the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. Or short.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any more discussion? Yeah, just do it in the microphone if you don't mind.
Are we leaving the very last sentence in that says this verification must be documented in the respective batch and/or compounding record? Oh, got it, okay.
We have not made it that far yet.
I have a quick question to the line that Casey just read us out of the Practice Act that still is there in section CC that says pharmacy technicians may assist the pharmacist in compounding. The only difference here would be just specifying that the pharmacy, or like the pharmacy itself would have to be permitted in South Carolina. That duplicative of what's already in statute or wasn't taken out of statute. So I like Schuler's wording, but is it not saying the same thing as that CC3 in the compounding section in the Practice Act that's still there that Casey just read? Like, what was the main difference there?
Yeah, 43, or 4386 CC3 pulled up by chance?
Read it to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it says pharmacy technicians may assist the pharmacist in compounding. The pharmacist is required or is responsible for training and monitoring the pharmacy technician. The pharmacy technician's duties must be consistent with the training received. Pharmacist must perform final check of the compounded preparation to determine if the preparation is ready to dispense. Other language, but what was, I just want to clarify what the main difference is that we're achieving here.
So the main difference that I see, of course, that's the South Carolina Practice Act. So the laws of the jurisdiction in which the compounding activity occurs and is permitted by the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. So it takes into account, in my opinion, the jurisdiction in which they are geographically located and the permitting of the board. So it is duplicative in several ways in terms of talking about in-state. But I think in terms of the only difference I see, and correct me if anybody else thinks differently, the laws of the jurisdiction in which the compounding activity occurs would include out-of-state. And you can make the argument again that if you're permitted, then you're required to follow our Practice Act, so.
This flow as well. Always going to go back to the Practice Act to double check. It seems to me like at a minimum, we should include some thought of the idea in what we're promulgating.
Well, if their PIC is a licensed pharmacist, hopefully they would.
So motion's still on the table, Madam Chair. So
And
if
it
they
is
don't-
seconded. I don't think this is, it seems that most of the current discussion is not against any of the wording. It's just that, is it necessary? My recommendation would be that we do still take a vote on it and maybe put an asterisk here of like when we reach a final destination, then maybe some of this kind of cross-checking, we look at it. It may not be just this paragraph, it could be other paragraphs that we realize, oh, that was referenced earlier and it's not needed. So I'll go ahead and call a vote for this motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion in that wording carries. All right, where to next?
I don't know what the appetite of the board would be, but at the West, I am happy to, and I think the panel would need to give some feedback on these, but with specificity to sterile preparations, I previously stated that my biggest concerns were going to be through beyond use dating, the primary and secondary engineering controls, essentially the preparation. I guess you can actually say when the garbing of PPE, I guess that could go into the competency and the training. So a portion of that, but then the environmental monitoring and cleaning are the four biggest things that I think we probably do need to get a little bit, some specificity in terms of the standard of care platform, but helping them understand, hey, there is some clinical decision-making to be done by the practitioner, but this is whether it's A, B, or C, it needs to be, beyond use states, for example. If it's compendium literature or science and medical literature or art, experience in the art of compounding, whatever's lesser, in order to ensure stability and potency and purity of the product. So anybody interested in going to 49, I'll just name one. Oh, that's the wrong document. 49A3, I think is one of them.
Let's do it. All right, so we are navigating to, I guess that's a chapter, 49, sterile preparation. You said A3. That reads, except when provided for immediate administration, the environment for the preparation of compounded sterile preparations in a facility shall be in an isolated area designed to avoid unnecessary traffic and airflow disturbances and equipped to accommodate aseptic techniques and conditions. And I believe what I'm hearing you say is you don't disagree with this wording, but you would like to flesh out more specificity?
Maybe, potentially depends on what the board's pleasure is. I think we saw, and Dr. Shealy, thank you so much for your Excel spreadsheet. That was extremely helpful to take all of the feedback and put in the section that it refers to. But I believe, and it may take me a second, that we have some feedback in regards to an isolated area. Does that mean a segregated compounding area? I don't believe we have talked about that yet. I think that's pretty standard in of compendium literature with the USP, but I believe Dr. Nickel was one that has sent something in about asking for a clarification there, and I thought that was a good point.
Okay. So up for consideration would be
Changing isolated area to segregated compounding area.
discussion around that? Don't hear any. You could go ahead and make that a motion, I think.
The Practice Act of a segregated compounding area, or that just we're considering that a generalized term.
I don't think that's a definition. There are still statutory requirements for the environment. I don't think segregated.
I know there was some language with regards to segregated compounding areas that was removed from the Practice Act that kind of described what one was, but I didn't know if we had an official definition.
The definition is no longer present. 404386 CC number 4A says the area used for compounding of drugs must be maintained in a clean and sanitary environment. And then in the sterile prep section, which is 88, there is no referral, or reference is a better word, to that any longer.
Okay, so that would need to be defined,
And
potentially if we used it, or FAQ or something.
I pulled some of the, I guess, like wording around that out of the previous Practice Act language, and I guess just to kind of give it to you. It basically said it was a segregated compounding area that is confined to a room or a demarcated area, contains a device that provides unidirectional airflow of ISO 5 air quality, is free of material extraneous to sterile compounding, and is not used for other activities or purposes. Pretty concise with
That sounds like a great opportunity to ask our panelists. Segregated compounding area. Sure.
No, you're good. I'll go a little bit slower. So, a segregated compounding area that is confined to a room or a demarcated area contains a device that provides unidirectional airflow of ISO 5 air quality, is free of materials extraneous to sterile compounding, and is not used for other activities or purposes.
Is there anything in those clauses or internal statements?
And just to, I guess, let y'all know, cross-referencing that with the USP definition, it's pretty spot on.
Okay.
So is there a need to put that definition into these regulations?
The biggest thing that I was concerned about is if we don't specify that we're either using their definition or our own, that someone could just say, oh, that's our segregated compounding area, and it not even have a PEC in it. I mean, while that's a generalized term, it's not necessarily defined in.
Say that again.
As I say, my concern was that if we don't define it, at least to the effect that it has a PEC in it, I would be concerned that someone would say, oh, that area over there is where we do the compounding.
That corner of the break room?
And it's isolated. Yes.
But designed to avoid unnecessary traffic and airflow disturbances and equipped to accommodate aseptic techniques and conditions. That's pretty, do you feel like, at that point, do you feel like somebody can still say that corner over there?
Read it one more time.
It's in, it's currently in A3, right there, the after isolated area designed to avoid unnecessary traffic and airflow disturbances and equipped to accommodate aseptic techniques and conditions.
Still don't think that if you don't require like ISO class 5 air or something to that effect, that like I could say, yes, I could do that on my counter. I think an argument could be made. Especially because in, or at least prior to that, we don't have a whole lot defining like primary versus secondary engineering controls or classifications of air.
Ms. Moore?
Yeah, I was just going to say, here I've got it. Maybe some of the old Practice Act language, which I think is what Cassie was talking about, I think we're going to have to define it, in my humble opinion, because if you don't, there is, I mean, a primary engineering control, even to the point, and then secondary as well. And I think you even need the old Practice Act 404388C. Is that what you were, Cassie? Must maintain an ISO class 5 or better conditions while compounding. That's in the old one. And then the buffer area must maintain at least an ISO class 7 condition under dynamic operating conditions. So I think there needs to be something there. It makes me a little bit nervous that, you know, you got stuff.
Like, I think the argument could be made that, oh, there's no disturbances to airflow in that corner. Oh, that's a designated
Correct.
area, and that's all we do over there, without there being any sort of requirement for it to be a clean space.
Right. I think we're going to set ourselves up. If we're worried about safety for our patients, I think we need to.
So you're saying you would be in favor of changing isolated area to segregated compounding area as long as we define segregated compounding area to include primary and secondary engineering controls, ISO classification. Okay. So moved.
I will say I put together some language that I tried to keep it as concise as possible, pulling from. It's what I would consider, again, in my humble opinion, those three main points. And I know that to Casey, or I can just show you or make copies.
You can,
Why don't we,
sorry, and just to make sure, I was kidding, so I would withdraw my motion for now.
so no official motion on the table, but if you'd like to make a motion with that wording, and it'll capture it in the transcript, at least for now.
So I'll just read you what I put together, and please tell me what you think about it. So I put compounded cereal preparations with a low probability of contamination prepared in a primary engineering control that cannot be located within an ISO class 7 or better buffer area. And then I was kind of alluding to some of the beyond use state that you were talking about. Requires a 12-hour or less BED and may be prepared in a segregated compounding area that is confined to a room or a demarcated area, contains a device that provides unidirectional airflow of ISO 5 air quality, is free of materials extraneous to sterile compounding, is not used for other activities or purposes. Then the next point was the environment for compounding must contain an anti-area that is ISO class 8 quality air or better. Sorry. The buffer area must maintain at least ISO class 7 conditions under dynamic operating conditions. And then I had some specifications like for the buffer area. And then a PEC must maintain ISO class 5 or better conditions while compounding.
I see some head nods, so we can accept that as an official motion. All right, is there a second?
May I ask clarity on the motion to replace, amend, is that,
I believe this is a replacement of 3.
just 3? That's kind of the question that I have. Or is it entirety? Does it make?
Yeah.
Right now, I would just say to replace 3.
I would agree.
Across
It
any of the other
doesn't
stuff.
address the rest of A.
Okay. So there's a motion to replace the wording in 49A3 with the wording provided by Dr. Eunice. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any more discussion?
Question, and I think
course.
it's theoretical only. Cassie, you are amazing at other. However, we have strived so hard during our creation of this document to use as few words as possible. Feasible to ask if that can be compacted a little bit and or simple. I don't know if that's doable, but based on what we're aiming for, it seems like that one section isn't there.
Ms. Black, I think that's a really good point, and I think, like we've done previously in this meeting, maybe putting an asterisk in it, voting on the content, and if we can see it and it can be reworked. Otherwise, it's better to have what you need than not have the language in there.
I didn't consider that it's perfect. We'll leave well.
And I think from a patient safety standpoint, some of these are the points that you could inflict the most harm if we don't have at least some, I mean, I know we're standard of care, but like some bright line, like you must maintain ISO class 5 in your PEC. And then however you do that, whether it's like environmental controls, that monitoring, whatever it is, like that's the end all be all, is that's the goal, you get there.
Okay. And as a reminder to board members, eventually we will vote on this as a whole. And so we won't hold you ransom to any prior votes. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Where to next?
I would like to ask, I've got to figure out where this one is, though.
Well, he's fine. If I could respectfully ask that these motions be sent to me, and I'll update the working draft and send that back out so that everybody has
That'd be great.
an updated working draft, at least by tomorrow morning. That would be helpful.
Looking for, so somebody can help me. Maybe it's not in 49, maybe it's back in 48, but the beyond use date that we had landed on, I believe it says something along the lines of beyond use date shall be assigned conservatively, supported by a committee of literature. Okay. Medical and scientific literature and/or practical experience in the art of compounding. I would like to discuss and potentially make a motion if adding whichever is lesser for drug stability and product sterility at right behind that, and then continue with a record of which must be maintained and readily available upon inspection by the board. To read in totality, beyond use date shall be assigned conservatively, supported by a compendy of literature, medical or scientific literature, and/or practical experience in the art of compounding, whichever is lesser for the drug stability and product sterility, a record of which must be maintained and readily available upon inspection by the board.
In 49A4, so we just did 3. In 4A, A4A.
Let's have justification for BUDs.
Yep, there's a line there for BUDs. Are you proposing to put it here, the other mention of BUDs, or both? And we can take one at a time if you like.
That one was specifically for sterile, so that'd be
Right.
49, right?
Right.
Okay.
So your proposal, not yet a motion, would be to replace the wording in 49A, 4A, that currently reads justification of BUDs assigned pursuant to direct testing or extrapolation? Extrapolation. From reliable literature sources using defined components and/or container systems.
Okay, now that I see that one, thank you for finding that. The,
There's an L, 48L, number 2.
but who's on second? I'm just-
And maybe Schuler and I have been working together too long. I wondered if you referenced 48L because that was the first BUD you found.
Correct.
But I think what you, and which we can, that's fine. But what I think your intent is to talk about sterile
Correct.
BUDs.
Yes, that's
which
where
is
you wanted
found
to go.
in 49A4A.
Yes, so scratch what I said earlier. That is something that if we want to consider that, whichever lesser, but I think specifically for the sterile compounding for the drug stability and product sterility, I think that I would move to say that we do need to add whichever's lesser of, if we're considering direct testing, extrapolation of reliable literature sources using defined components and/or container systems. So whichever lesser would be integrated after extrapolation from reliable literature sources.
Lesser BUD?
Yes.
Okay.
So if there was like a reliable literature source that said 90 days, but there was only direct testing for 40 days, your BUD would be 40 days? Is that what you're, even if there's direct literature for?
I mean, in my opinion, unless you tested it, based off of what I've read in the compendium literature, based off of feedback from the panel, but also public, yes, that would be the lesser of the two, unless they were willing to document a deviation of why, because they tested it and at 60 days, it had appropriate or within a certain range of potency, sterility, whatever they're testing.
Dr. Collier?
Thank you. So if I'm reading it right, maybe I'm not, but from my perspective, when you look at 48L2, the beyond use state, that tells you how you have to assign the BUD, but then 49A 4A just tells you you have to maintain the record. It doesn't tell you how you have to assign it. Is that the intent?
Say that one more time.
So I'm following you. A4A in the sterile section, it says the following records shall be maintained, and then A is alluding to the beyond use state justification. It's not how do you assign a beyond use state to a sterile preparation.
Okay.
You're saying that's in 48L.
Assignment of the beyond use date is in 48L, but it's not specific to sterile, so you would have to specify either add a section in the sterile chapter or clarify a subsection of L that says this is specific to sterile.
Thank you for both of those. Is your current stance on that wording to be sterile specific or non-apply to all compounding, or do you have a stance on that?
I was going sterile specific because that's the most highly discussed. That was your desire, and that's what I focused on most in prep. Okay. Yep. So sterile, to answer your question concisely.
That kind of aligns with practice as well. If you're looking on the non-sterile side, literature is extrapolated to formulations pretty regularly, but the testing is not always conducted to, I guess, say that you've proven that because you're relying on the literature as long as your formulation matches up. Whereas in sterile, there's the sterility, endotoxin, all the extra testing that's done anyway so that you can extend your beyond use date to whatever literature you found. So it's a little bit different.
Yep. That's well put. Thank you.
So I think logistically, your wording would not go under 4 because that's record keeping, so I was wrong. And
Your intent was good, though.
I try real hard. Because, yeah, I was trying to keep it under 49. And so
Another, label section 4 as 5 and add a section 4 that's beyond use date.
yeah. So 49,
For now, yeah, just so that we can
5.
move on. I do want to incorporate Ms. Black's comments as well, being duplicative, but I'm also trying to make it a final draft, and we're not there yet. So that's fine. Yeah, I'd say let's do it under 49A, 4A, and then a subcategory of I. Is that what we're saying?
I actually think make it 49A5.
Okay.
So it's not under record keeping at all.
Yeah.
So
You read it again, though.
there's a proposal to create 49A number 5 that reads,
Beyond use dates shall be assigned, so should we say sterile beyond use dates shall be assigned conservatively, supported by compendium literature, medical or scientific literature, and/or practical experience in the art of compounding, whichever is lesser for drug stability and product sterility.
In lieu of
Period.
testing? You going to say something to the effect of in lieu of testing or?
In lieu of testing, that's a good addition at the end, yeah.
This might be in the weeds, but could we move that to 4 and make 4, 5? Just
Sure.
because then you're doing A4A,
Just for
it's asking for the
organization.
justification.
Yeah.
Smart. So I'm going to amend that to go 49A4 to read, sterile beyond use dates shall be assigned conservatively, supported by compendium literature, medical or scientific literature, and/or practical experience in the art of compounding, whichever is lesser for drug stability and product sterility in lieu of testing. Period.
all right, I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
A second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? And the motion carries. You want to go ahead and make a motion to renumber current 4 to 5, if that needs to be done? Okay, never mind. Formatting will do that.
Yeah. Scribner's.
All right.
Let's see.
Who seconded that?
pretty much everyone.
So many things open on this page.
I have a kind of along these same lines.
Let's do it.
It was just a point that I came across that I really, if you're looking at it through the lens of patient safety, I don't know how else we would capture this particular act that is a regular thing in like compounding from non-sterile to sterile. So one of them was that pre-sterilization procedures for compounded sterile preparations, such as mixing, weighing, et cetera, are completed in an ISO class 8 or better to minimize contamination risk. I don't know if that's necessarily, it's a normal procedure, but it does stem from either USP or Practice Act language that's no longer there. I don't know if we feel comfortable that something like that is either omitted, or do we want to add something, or do we think that it's incorporated in what we already have?
So that's a great question. So at 49A3, the language we just did about what a segregated compounding area, did we have contaminants specifically called out in that?
Confined to a room or a demarcated area, contains a device that provides unidirectional airflow or of ISO 5 air quality, is free of materials extraneous to sterile compounding, and is not used for other activities. So this is, I guess, through the lens of like, if like in my world, we take non-sterile starting ingredients and put them in solution, sterilized solution.
Right.
But the preparation of those non-sterile starting ingredients, it is important that they're not just done willing wherever.
Right.
So that you potentially introduce other contaminants that into that preparation. But then again, I don't know if, in the idea of being concise, trying to protect patient safety, do we feel that kind of what we already have? Because there's something in here about developing policies and procedures that minimize.
Panelists, thinking about, help. Thinking about the specific practice of producing sterile preparations from non-sterile means, steps. If that should be specifically called out, is it inferred? Is it already addressed? Does it matter? I mean, we know it matters, but
I would actually agree with Dr. Eunice on that, because when you look at Section 3, it says, except when provided for media administration, the environment for the preparation of compounded sterile. So at that point, it's not sterile. So that could be rude.
Okay.
Easily be what?
Easily be construed to not be included as part of the sterile.
Okay.
I want to remind everyone that public safety is obviously at the forefront, as Dr. Eunice has repeatedly said, but we're putting up guardrails. So we have, I think, repeatedly said we don't want too much language, but if these are the guardrails for safety, then I don't think that we should be eliminating those or trying to dismiss them just because they're wordy. We just need to have, to be able to express why those are safety issues.
I guess from like layman person over here who's not so deep into compounding, I don't want to muddy the waters of standard of care. And like, I don't want to do both, right? Like,
So this is still standard of care, but you still have guardrails.
right.
So
Yeah, I do think Joe pointed out F does say something to the effect of policies and procedures for the compounding or sterile repackaging of drugs shall ensure safety, identity, and it kind of encompasses a bit of that from a legal standpoint.
But from a legal standpoint, when I say that, and we're doing a standard of care, and we look for your SOPs, and the SOPs are there, and they're like, see, I've mentioned it, and it has nothing to do with that. And so then we have this kind of gray area where we'll bring in an expert. But if this is a clear guardrail of the patient safety, then I think it needs to be included. That's up to y'all.
Is there a motion to include that?
Dr. Unitas, you were in charge of that one. So where are you? Are you saying 49A3 is where we are you currently there?
Trying to determine, like, if a case like that came before us and we felt doing this practice and it contributed to whatever the complaint was
Contamination,
referring. Yeah. And would something like Section F allow us to say you should never have been doing that regardless of whether this particular sentence is in here?
I think you have to look at it in the totality and look at your compendium materials as well, and what is the standard practice. And so I can't tell you that.
I don't know that it's not, and from that point of view, I don't know that it's necessary to say that I would bright line it in here. I think the environments, like the classifications of the air or whatever, are way more important.
Okay. Okay. Good deal. We'll put a pin in that for now.
Mm-hmm.
How about just the statement that preparations are appropriately sterilized before?
Where?
Somewhere in A.
We're in chapter 49.
I mean, I'm talking about like the addition of that statement
Yeah.
as being like,
I
this
gotcha.
is the expectation, because it's, I mean, that should be assumed, but it is not.
So
And the reason I
that's
point
repackaged
appropriately
version too.
sterilized is because there are different methods of sterilization, and even in that non-resident applicant hearing that we did not long ago, like the idea that not everybody understands the different methods of sterilization and their utility in different formulations. As far as a patient safety concern, that's a big one.
So how would we, as a board, look to that for the standard? Is it in a compendium? Is it, okay.
You looking at A2? The compounders and sterile repackagers shall ensure the sterile products are accurately identified, measured, diluted, and mixed, and correctly purified, sterilized. That says correctly purified, sterilized, packaged, sealed, labeled, stored, dispensed, and distributed as well in a manner that maintains sterility and minimizes the introduction of particulate matter.
So maybe it's as simple as just adding the appropriately sterilized into
Okay.
that line.
That we add appropriately to precede sterilized in 49A2.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? And the motion carries.
Just to piggyback off that, do we need to also put appropriately in section A1, where it says, this section applies to any compounded drug preparation that must be sterile when administered? Does it need to say appropriately sterilized when administered?
So that brings up another good point, because compendia and compounding does not include administration, correct?
No, but the practice of pharmacy per our statute does.
Okay. Sorry, I was thinking
No,
out
I
loud.
mean,
Go
that,
ahead.
that makes sense, but USP typically like revolves how you do the process, not how you administer.
That's what I was trying to say. There you go.
I'm not sure that that word would be needed there. I could probably be convinced otherwise, but I think because it's an adjective, not a verb.
Yeah. Because sterile preparation, when it's administered, even if it's not governed by the, compendium literature, by definition should be sterile.
And we do still have that spelled out as what is considered a sterile, like what has to be a sterile preparation. And
Good thinking, though.
I forgot to ask about panelists in terms of appropriately sterilized. Is that in 49A2? What are your thoughts? Sorry, you probably needed to ask that, not me.
Okay.
I agree with what Cassie said. I think appropriately sterilized is a good, I think we have to put that in there because there are different methods. And when you're going from a non-sterile to a sterile, and it's up to the compounder to make sure that they are following the appropriate sterilization process.
The how.
The how, that's right.
Okay.
So I agree.
All right. What's next?
to clean up some wording in A2, there's a lot of
verbs.
Yes, and some of them I'm not 100% sure what their purpose is in here. And I didn't know if it was wording we saw in other practice acts that we just kind of plugged and chugged in here. But the idea of correctly purified, I am a little bit, I guess I just wanted some clarification of what we're expecting compounders to do to prove purification. That's more of a manufacturer process versus a compounder, but also like what kind of testing would you do for that from a 503A or even a hospital standpoint?
Well,
what's the vision there?
I don't know any specific motivation for that word purified, but in my mind, it would be that it's the opposite of contaminated.
So sterile.
I mean,
Certain situations, yes. So the question is between purified and sterilized?
I guess my initial reaction was just to remove the correctly purified part because I wasn't exactly sure how we would expect people to prove that.
so I think a sterilized preparation is purified, but I think you could still be sterile and have contamination, right? Like you could be contaminated by another sterile ingredient. You've kept your sterility, but you're no longer pure.
You're thinking more cross-contamination, not
Yes.
bacterial contamination.
Yes. As I just thought out loud, and I'm not totally sure that's correct.
Cassie, to answer your first question for this, so this was largely the same language as the current Idaho section for that. But purity could also mean, like if you're getting an API and you have your analysis, that it is the right purity for that particular component to just.
Well, and that's where my brain went when I saw the word, and that comes with like a full-blown monograph that complies usually with USP or National Formulary. But I guess that when we put in here, compounders and sterile repackagers shall ensure that sterile products are accurately identified, measured, diluted, and mixed, and are correctly purified. So that would imply that the final preparation coming from the compounder has been proven to be purified, but I don't know if we really fully grasp what we mean when we say that. Like, what do we want from that? I get the API portion of it because, yes, for sure. But as far as like the final preparation coming from the compounder, I don't know that this particular language is applicable here.
Would your suggestion be to remove the verb purified?
Yes.
Do analysts feel strongly in keeping that word or removing that word? Or have examples?
The only place that I could think that it might would be applicable would be the 503B space, but then that would be more of the FDA side of like CGMP, not so much this regulation.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go. I think it probably would be a good idea to remove it, because to me, it can actually get a little confusing. And I think if we remove it, and you've got in here, sterile products are accurately identified, measured, diluted, and mixed, and are sterilized, packaged, sealed, and labeled. Do you actually need correctly purified in there, is my thought on that. And I think it could cause a little bit of confusion.
We're going to know what that means.
No.
I don't disagree. So I guess thinking out loud, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So in purity, I associate with clean, sterilized, no endotoxins, microorganisms, sterile. So would there be a scenario where we needed to keep purity for particulate matter that we may not be testing for, but that we could see by visual certification or whatever it is? Just that, again, maybe testing is not required, so sterility you may not know.
I just think purified is the wrong word for that kind of description, because in a suspension, you might have particulate matter that won't completely dissolve.
Yeah, like a sterile suspension.
In terms of sterile, in terms of sterile suspension?
Sterile suspensions
Okay.
as well. We have multiple like eye drops and
But you would perform a visual inspection as part of your normal routine for sure.
Yeah, I think that's what Kathy and I were just trying to get to, is whenever we're thinking of purity and where we're going, is we're more so thinking along the lines of like a free of particulate matter or foreign
Right.
matter in the final product, like a final inspection is what, like, how we would check quote unquote purity, but that's still.
Okay.
like when I think purity from like a manufactured product standpoint, you're looking
Yeah.
for like, I'm trying to think.
100% of the
yeah,
powder
like
is,
less than this many parts per million was this, or this
That's like a
percent
C of
less
A.
than the, yeah, like on the C of A, you'll see like all these different things that are allowed to be in there, but in less, like specific quantities or less. And unfortunately, in the compounding space, I mean, we don't even have the ability in a lot of cases to test for that, nor do you always know what you're testing for in that circumstance. I don't know if it's the pleasure, but I'd like to make a motion to remove our correctly purified.
all right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
For the record, we do have a board member that has stepped out. We still have a quorum.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Yes, Dr. Shealy.
Hello?
You say remove the two words correctly purified?
And it would just read, are appropriately sterilized, packaged, yada, yada, yada.
All right, that almost tied with our discussion of the word transfer. Can't wait
Well,
to see which one's next.
I got another one.
Great, let's do it.
So does sealed get encompassed in packaged? And do we need the word sealed?
Okay, when are they not? Maybe give me some examples.
Of when sealed. My flip to that would be, when are there scenarios that when, yeah, like when packaged drugs aren't sealed? Like, why do you need to specify sealed?
I think of an example like, say, for pharmacies who are mailing out the GLP-1s. Not only are you enclosing it in a container or a vial for dispensing, but sometimes they are within like a plastic container that's got a paper back that you peel open. Could that be the difference of sealed versus packaged? Because to me, packaged would be the product itself, but sealed would be like a secondary container that would maintain that sterility.
Or a locking, like the difference between
Like a tamper evident.
a sandwich bag and a Ziploc bag. Like a sandwich bag, like a bread bag is packaged, but a Ziploc is sealed.
I was thinking more like the crimping of a vial, that if it's not done appropriately, but it's still packaged according to, labeling requirements and all that kind of stuff, that may be where I'm thinking. And I have regulatory authority. You know what? I'm not even going there, so it's going to be more competitive. Yep. But that would be where sealed, I think, would give us, I think that would be needed in certain situations.
If we say sealed, is it our intent that everything is sealed? Do you have that fear?
I think to a certain extent, because I do know, like, well, I'm thinking of like pre-dose syringes. They don't
That's
have
exactly what
like
I'm
a
thinking.
crimp cap on them. They're just a cap that is placed in a sterile environment to close it off, but it's not necessarily a sealed device.
Why would that not be sealed if it has a cap?
Going back to your question, like if we include it, is that like a requirement? I mean, if I was just looking at the other things that are in that same sentence, not everything would be diluted.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was going to take measured, diluted, mix and put just prepared.
Not everything, yeah. But I'm fine to leave those words in there. I'm just saying, just because it's in there, I don't think it's a requirement. It's just
Yeah.
if you're going to do it, that it's accurately done. How I read it, but I'm not an attorney.
Maybe it's just the and word in there that's throwing me, as in like it applies to everything, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like Dr. Gillespie's, how she thought that process through, because back to the sandwich bag where it's a Ziploc bag, if you are going to package something and seal it, it needs to be properly sealed. Whether you're just doing like a pre-filled syringe, or if you're going to do a pre-filled syringe and you're going to put it in another container, whichever step you're doing, do it properly.
I think that goes back to standard of care, as we're not
Yes.
going to lay out what has to be sealed and what doesn't have to be sealed. But if the standard is that you would seal
Dose syringes.
a vial, or,
Yeah.
but the single dose syringes, the standard's not, then
Does it change if I read that based off the way I had it? Accurately identified, measured, diluted, and mixed, and appropriately sterilized, appropriately packaged, appropriately sealed, appropriately labeled, appropriately stored. So no, you don't have to add that language, but if
You're
we're
applying it to
right, so
each
if
step.
accurately goes to identified, measured, diluted, and mixed, then appropriately would apply to sterilized, packaged, sealed, labeled, stored, dispensed, and distributed.
right, but then diluted, kind of like they're both, like, you want them all done accurately and appropriately, but like accurately, if you're going to include diluted in that sentence, not everything's going to be diluted, right?
But I get your argument as well in the standard of care, like we expect you to do it accurately.
Right,
Yeah, and appropriately.
inappropriately.
Yeah.
Begs the question, do we want to say on the first line or accurate?
Yeah, okay, so hear me out. Sterile products are accurately and appropriately identified, prepared, sterilized, packed, sealed, labeled, stored, dispensed, and distributed in a manner that maintains sterility and minimizes. Louder for the
prepared,
people in the
taken-
back.
I like prepared.
I like prepared. I like it very much.
For those in the back of the room.
So is that a motion?
To amend the language to say, compounders and sterile repackagers shall ensure that sterile products are accurately and appropriately prepared, sterilized, packaged, sealed, labeled, stored, dispensed, and distributed in a manner that maintains sterility and minimizes the introduction of particulate matter.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries.
Good job, guys.
All right, where to next? Sure,
Yeah.
why don't we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, because I got this thing all jacked up.
whatever they need. All right.
And for the record, we do have Board Member Dr. Tippins, who is excusing him for prior commitment. So at this point,
And we are still at quorum. All right. What do you say, team? Where do you want to go?
So I've got an idea, but I've got to get a read. So 49, we're talking about sterile. I'm actually going to, in this part, I think it's going to be best fitted if we talk about the facility in 3, make a new 4. So I know we already made one new 4, but this would be a new 4. And it would be talking about PPE. So along the lines of something similar to ensuring adequate safety measures for patient and staff. Oh, Dr. Sheila's not even here. I'm going to start over. You're good. Take your time. So I was just filibustering until you were ready. So sterile, 49A. My proposal will be to make a new 4 and bump everything down. And the new 4 would be for PPE to be discussed right after 3, which is more facility related. So along the lines of 49A for ensure adequately safe measures for patient and staff performing compounding and should include at a minimum, and then have a list of what we think is required for PPE, including but not limited to low-lint garment. I think there's something around the sleeves being tight knit and snug around the wrists. Disposable covers for shoes, disposable covers for the head, hair, ears, face mask, sterile powder-free gloves, and there's one more somewhere that I had taken a note. In setting of hazardous compounding, non-permeable gown and gloves that are rated for use in chemotherapy.
It may not need rated for chemotherapy. That may be in the hazardous
Okay, duly noted.
section. Probably not the one to verify that when it
So
comes
are
to
you
chemo,
saying that
but
maybe it is?
yeah, I think
But-
appropriate.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was say, because there is also sterile hazardous compounding, so I don't know if it's pertinent to just leave in there. But the other thing I was going to add too is like you can also include the beard covers.
Did I not say beard covers? Okay, cool.
Like face mask, but
Okay.
So currently, as written in compounding generally in 48, we don't have any descriptions of personal protective equipment that would apply across the board to any non-sterile or sterile. We do currently in Chapter 50, which is hazardous drugs, have some wording related to personal protective equipment. It says provide and maintain personal protective equipment and supplies necessary. So your proposal is to ensure that we have a statement related to equipment and personal protective equipment in sterile, specifically called out in sterile.
Yes, for the purpose of my thought now, yes, sterile.
Everybody clear on that? And I think you laid out kind of a list of like minimal requirements, I guess.
At a minimum, low-lint
At
garment.
a minimum, okay.
Because I don't think we can say garment-free or lint-free, but low-lint garment, sleeves that fit snugly around the wrist and enclose at the neck, for example, gowns and coveralls. Low-lint disposable covers for shoes, low-lint disposable covers for head. They cover the hair and ears, and if applicable, disposable cover for facial hair. There it is. Face mask, sterile, powder-free gloves, and then we were going to leave off the hazardous part and maybe put that in the hazardous.
The only caution that I would put here is that in like a stat hood or like a segregated compounding area, not all of this is used all the time, in the sense of like the shoe covers and maybe not like the neck coverings and the face masks and
Would a clause like we have on another number where it said some exception to immediate use.
Number 3 says, except when provided for immediate administration.
Thank you. With that,
I think I kind of liked what Schuler was alluding to right there too about like PPE that's appropriate to the level of compounding being done and like ensuring that there's something that says if you're all garments or covers or whatever have to be low linting and snugly fitted and covering hair and like.
Would that be better suited to go under general compounding that then applies to sterile, non-sterile, and hazardous? So you have to mention it once, or does it need to be broken down in each section?
I mean, doesn't have to be classified as low lint and non-sterile.
Right.
it might rise to a more stringent level for non-sterile if we include it in general. Now, if we want to lay groundwork in general and then more specific in sterile, I think that's fine. But I wouldn't, that particular equipment he listed off, I don't know, would be necessary for non-sterile.
No, it would not, yeah. That specifically is sterile, but I know just because there's nothing in the non-sterile section for it.
To be people of few words, where we could that so that we sort of move more towards standard. Give people latitude and just say appropriate for
Microphone.
I'm talking with my hands, Schuler. Would it be possible to put more general language and then make it appropriate to the setting without getting so specific about A, B, C, D, E, F, G? Because we've been trying to avoid that in other sections.
So I think what you're asking is, could you have it as like a general requirement? And I think the answer would be yes. And then where it would change, say in sterile compounding, you can say in addition to subsection, the requirements of subsection, blah, blah, insert number, you must also have these things.
But I would encourage us to stay general and not get super specific in listing.
There be any appetite to summarize what Schuler was saying, but reference the USP where it states it, where instead of spelling it all out, we could just say according to USP chapter so-and-so.
I don't think you're going to have a lot of appetite for that.
I think that goes back to, yes, I have an appetite for that all day long. You're talking my language. I think that in terms of going the standard of care and making sure we try to take feedback and be mindful of certain practitioner concerns, certain groups of practitioners' concerns that, and if it were to pass and we have that verbiage of, no independent chapter of USP can be, stand on its own, but it is informed for appropriate practice, I think we need to, as much as I would love to just say, yes, go, I think we need to be a little bit more specific. I do like Dr. Eunice's, and both yours, to put it in general, and then with sterile and hazardous, be able to split that up.
So the rationale would be because you think those items are critical to sterile preparation?
Yes, and hazardous.
Okay.
But to kind of get to what Beverly's talking about, we're just talking about appropriate garbing for listing everything. And if you look under number 7, under section 50, it actually uses the word garbing. And of course, that's under hazardous. I don't guess it's listed under that kind of wording elsewhere.
So you're saying in terms of kind of taking what 50 says, putting it in 49 and messing with it to say, ensure the personnel working with sterile drugs or sterile compounding are trained in hygiene, garbing.
Appropriate sterile garbing.
And that almost forces them to consider the USP compendium, to Joe's point. And it allows for additional updates if that were to change from low lint to lint free, if they go back and forth. Okay. Start trying to think of the motion there. So while I'm thinking of verbiage, panelists, do y'all have any comments about specifying the specificity of sterile garbing being called out? And do you feel like the 1 in 50 for hazardous is appropriate? Do you want to see, would you like to see the same in 49 and 50? Do we need to have it also in general compounding?
I think also to note that we can't specifically say sterile garbing because like the gowns, the hair nets, all of those are not considered sterile. The only thing that would be sterile would be the gloves.
I think you meant, garbing in the sterile
Yeah, so I was talking
preparation.
the 49 being sterile part, 50 being the hazardous part, 48 being general compounding.
I wonder if you could be, sorry.
Yeah.
We had something that was taken out of the Practice Act, and it just said personal protective equipment. On glove, mask, hair cover, shoe cover, eye shield, and similar items intended to protect the compounder from hazards and minimize. I don't know if that's too general. Maybe we need to be more specific, but just kind of combining them depending on whether you are compounding sterile preparations or non-sterile preparations or hazardous preparations. Maybe you could maybe make a general statement and have it for all. Just a thought.
That is a great thought. I like that in the general compounding section. I do think that just my opinion, we need to call out sterile specifically because of the low lint and some of the snug, those type of things. And then hazardous, I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research and figure out what the differences are there. But one of them that I read off was the non-permeable gown and gloves for hazardous. So to me, hazardous, we could probably just add one additional point. For sterile, we could add, in addition to 48, whatever we decide for general compounding, and then add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines that kind of call out specifically what is difference between sterile and general. Okay.
Would anybody like to take a stab at either 48 PPE, 49 PPE wording?
Will you reread what you just read?
Sure, I'll read it.
This is what I'm thinking for 48 general.
Okay. Personal protective equipment, or PPE, means a gown, glove, mask, hair cover, shoe cover, eye shield, and similar items intended to protect the compounder from hazards and minimize particle shedding.
And then in sterile, it would reference whatever that is, 48, whatever. And then add, in addition to 48, whatever, sterile compounders. Okay, go for it.
So in addition to that section, guard and sterile compounding must be low linting, snugly fitted, and appropriate to the type of compounding being performed. And then I like the line in USB that says skin must not be exposed inside the ISO class 5 PEC, because it doesn't matter what environment you're in. If you're in a PEC, your skin's not exposed inside it. And then the sterile powder-free gloves requirement. I don't know how to add that sentence in at the end, but I think the low linting, snugly fitted, and appropriate to the type of compounding being performed, as in like the segregated compounding versus like full clean room suite, and then those specific requirements of inside the PEC and sterile powder-free.
Okay, so together, we're going with general compounding what we just read, and then Dr. Eunice, under 49, we would say, we're still in 49A, the new 4. In addition to 48, sterile compounders must ensure low lint garments, low lint and snugly fit. All right.
So garb used in sterile compounding must be low linting, snugly fitted, and appropriate to the type of compounding being performed. Skin must not be exposed inside the ISO Class 5 PEC, and gloves must be sterile and powder-free. Thoughts?
Really?
May I ask, Kathy, that is the old definition, right, that you're reading,
Yes.
not within, it was in the definitions part. I just want to be sure that I captured the right.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Maybe we can take this one at a time. A motion to update 48 and then a motion to update 49?
Yes, so I make a motion to update section 48, general compounding. Do we know where we're putting it?
For now, maybe just N. Like the letter N.
Okay. Sure, 48N. We're going to use the previous statutory language for PPE.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries.
I would make a motion that in Chapter 49, Section, our new number 4,
New 4.
we add the wording, do we care if it's garb?
I would say
Yeah,
PPE.
PPE, because I think it included garb and definition, and to keep it consistent, yeah.
Okay, so in addition to requirements of Section N in Chapter 48, PPE used in sterile compounding must be low linting, snugly fitted, and appropriate to the type of compounding being performed. And must not be exposed inside the ISO Class 5 PEC. Gloves must be sterile and powder-free.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
That's okay.
We
We'll
might
come
go.
back to that. Vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Panelists, question on 48?
Yeah, the 48N that we just put in that says like that says PPE, it essentially defines what PPE is, but then we're referencing in 49, it's not really is it a referenceable point at this? Because it's just a definition there, so it's not really laying anything out in general other than defining what PPE is.
So the language would have something to the effect of, in addition to the requirements of something, but if the question is referencing back to 48, we will ensure that that section is either in the definition and that we reference the definition as a requirement, or that it just states that that is the requirement for general compounding.
Ultimately, y'all will kind of clean up.
Clean up that part.
Right. As you guys are going through this, I'm thinking we're going to have a definition section, but that's not here or there, and we'll take
The concept.
Okay. Okay. I'll leave it up to you if you would like to craft hazardous PPE, or if we just want to say hazardous and keep on going with sterile.
Hazardous PPE and make sure we address it when we do move to that section, because I think that'll be a whole conversation in and of itself.
Yeah, I think you're right. Right. Other places in 49.
PP.
Environmental, yeah.
Okay.
And is that
E?
E? Yeah. Currently says environmental sampling testing, at least upon registration of a new drug outlet, upon servicing or recertification of facilities and equipment in response to identified problems, or every 6 months.
So again, that's a subsection under record keeping. Which is fine.
Thank you for
but
that.
if we need to specifically detail equipment, it may need to be above record keeping.
Okay.
No for? No for? Or maybe it can be with PPE, I don't know.
I do think to have
Yeah.
it as a section under sterile compounding.
All right, so if we crafted, we've got 49, one that is, applies to any compounding drugs. Then we have 2, ensure that sterile products are these things. And we have 3
Environment,
is
right?
environment. And then we have 4 is PPE. Are you thinking about putting it maybe in between one of those? Okay.
But obviously, like before record keeping.
Okay, so add section in A between, or like before record keeping. And what are your thoughts of what that would contain?
So I guess from what I think should be like a minimum standard is basically the viable, non-viable, and viable, environmental, it's a mouthful, air sampling testing every 6 months. And then in addition to if you are opening a new facility or recertification of facilities and equipments and or you've identified a problem. So that would be I guess it would be 3 different parts: the sampling, like certification of the engineering controls, and then like the particulate matter count. But I'm assuming, since this was a topic that Schuler wanted to do, that you probably have some sort of outline of what you were looking.
Yes, sir. I was also trying to read Dr. Ziegler's comments that
Oh.
Joe had brought to my attention that I hadn't read yet. So in the interest, because I may not be the fastest reader at all times, I would actually be okay with crafting something tonight and bringing it, or giving it to everybody, or giving it to Dr. Shealy for upload tomorrow for the environmental controls. But in terms of the cleaning, the disinfecting, the sporicidal agents in the primary areas, and surfaces was the general. I don't know if I had specifics. I'll have to go back and find the notes in terms of what was recommended from compendium literature and other literatures, but that was the goal, and I do agree that it should be in 49A, the new place right there. But I also do want to consider Dr. Ziegler's comments.
I do think that both of these could be.
Okay. Like not 4:48 conversations? Like the time, 4:48 PM?
Is there any input from like panelists on that one?
As we look at adding language for engineering and environmental controls and cleaning and disinfecting.
One thing I think that's important, and I didn't hear it, and if it did happen, I'm sorry, I'm repeating, but the hood certification, I think, is real important. At a minimum, of a 1 year, because I think when you see that sticker, it's been certified, because some people, I mean, if you think about it, their hoods might just keep going and going and going, and something may not be functioning properly. And I think in lieu of the fact that we want to have definite patient safety, we have got to certify those hoods too. I think that's important.
That goes back to the protection of those critical sites, which is truthfully, when it comes to sterile compounding, that is the key.
Yeah,
So.
exactly.
Just to follow the timeline, Madam Chair, we were adding that to A, and it was a new what section?
So just.
So I'm not hearing any like specific sections to kind of tackle at the moment. I'm going to take chair privilege again and open up, especially because we're discussing sterile compounding at the moment, to item 16 on our agenda, public comment. If there's anyone here that wanted to share public comment out of what's been drafted or what we are looking at drafting upcoming. I mean, I won't call anyone specifically out. Okay.
Were there any other public comment that we've already received that's more specific to the sterile section that we haven't brought up? I don't have that spreadsheet in front of me, but I'd put them into like a document, but I didn't print it either. Not my comment.
Dr. Shealy, she was questioning whether there was something specific to sterile compounding that is in the.
I wasn't quite that prepared.
And as she's bringing that, there are several mentions. A lot of them do coincide. My approach was to consider this in prep in terms of I considered all the ones that did submit public comment and trying to prepare for any motions, but we got ADA, we got Alliance for Pharmacy Compounding. MMed, Prisma, a lot of these were straight up adoption of USP.
There were a good many that were like just concerned with not having any sort of actual environmental type stuff in it, which I do think we've addressed that with a lot of our conversation today.
I think we'll take up the environmental cleaning monitoring tomorrow. That's just me. That's Chair's.
Something in here about assessment of personnel, which we haven't. Have we done? That was Jay, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Jay. We haven't fixed Jay yet.
Assessment of competency, you mean? Like that kind of assessment? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the majority is general and actually hazardous, which we haven't gotten to yet. But we
Okay,
Yeah, I don't see.
so we've kind of reviewed where we've been and where to go next. And we have a couple options at this time. We could, we have several items of business for tomorrow. We can also carry over any items not finished today. We could go into executive session, or we can do something else.
Bring something from tomorrow here.
If we do executive session and we have those two recusals, do we have a quorum to be able to make any decisions?
Right, yeah. 2 recusals, 2 absences. Have 5 out of 9 counting chair. We would have a quorum with a voting chair member.
Go ahead and take care of our one last case.
To make a motion, it could be shut down.
I think I'll make a motion to go into executive session to seek legal advice.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.